I Wow. Check 1 2. Check check check. How we doing, Steve? Check 1 2. Good morning. Good morning. Check check 1 2. Check 1 2. How's that, Steve? Good. thank the Miss Gangway and Lyle Densmore and also Patrick Obed and the Midnight Mist for coming out and doing our flag laps. We appreciate it. Don't forget today to buy your raffle tickets to support the Region 3 Rescue. They're walking around selling raffle tickets. Yesterday somebody took away almost $400. So as they come around, make sure you buy your 50-50 raffle tickets here this morning and this afternoon, all throughout the day. Also, if you head down towards the pit entrance, they're under a green tent selling the 50-50 raffle tickets. All that supports Region 3 Rescue. We couldn't do the race without the guys from Region 3 Rescue, so we appreciate them donating their time to be out of the water for us here this morning and into the afternoon. Once again, my name is John Tomey. We're ready to go for day number 2 of racing here in Thunder on the Niagara. You can see the GP17. The Midnight Mist with Patrick Obed. He's the boat on the inside down there, going down the backstretch. And Lyle Dinsmore, the driver of the H6, the Miss Gangway. 2 vintage hauls, multiple national championships between these two guys. Great to see them out here on the water on day number 2 of Thunder on the Niagara. We appreciate them. We'll see them a couple more times today. Maybe they'll do a couple hot laps for us here this morning before we get started. Once these guys wrap up their few laps around the race course, we'll go with our 3rd qualification heats and then get into our consolations and our finals. Here comes Lyle way up on the outside. We'll run down here to the finish line in the Miss Gangway. These boats are parked right at the pit entrance as well. If you'd like to learn anything about them, just make your way down there. You can also get a pit pass and go inside the pit area and check out all the boats, the race teams that are here today for the Thunder on the Niagara. If you were with us yesterday, we saw great racing up and down the race card, all the way from the smallest 2.5 liters up to the Grand Prix Hydros. The great thing we had yesterday, all 6 Grand Prix went out. They ran their 2 qualification heats, and they all 6 came back to the dock, and all 6 are ready to go today for their 3rd qualification heats. So after these guys finish up, we'll go with our first qualification, which will be the Formula 2500s qualifiers 3A and 3B. They'll be coming up next. I'll sit out and let you guys enjoy the Miss Gangway and the Midnight Miss out on the race course. We'll be right back. right, for our fans on the live stream, we are just about ready to go. Thank you for tuning in. My name is John Kevin. We appreciate you tuning in to our live stream here at Thunder on the Niagara. We are ready to go for day number 2. First heat of the day, we heat 3A for Formula 2500. They will be getting ready to make their way out in, I was told, approximately 30 seconds. So once we get the okay and we are set, we should be ready to go. I was telling the fans here on the shoreline, we have a tie at the top of the charts with 3 boats. We just got to stand by, so we should be inside 5 seconds. We have a tie at the top between the 500 of Eddie Campus, the 97 of Grant Liddycoat, and the 113 of Sam Tremblay. They all come into Sunday with 46 points. All right, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First race of the day, heat 3A, making their way out of the pit area. The 5-minute gun has sounded. If you weren't with us yesterday, the race does not start until the end of the 5-minute period, which is the clock right there underneath the 2/10, and I'll keep you informed of that clock. The countdown from 5 to 0. And the ultimate goal for the drivers is to be here at start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. If you go prior to that clock hitting 0, you will be assessed a 1-minute penalty. So the ultimate goal is to hit your timing marks, figure out where you need to be on the race course, and hit the start-finish line, which is right across from the 2 white tents when that clock hits 0. We're 4 minutes and 8 seconds away from that. We should have here in 3A 6 boats. And right now the final boat's making his way out of the pit area, so all 6 have made the call for heat 3A. Here in the Hydroplane Racing League, we have assigned lanes format. Those lanes are based off of your finishing order from yesterday. So as I said, right now we have 3 boats tied with 46. That determines their lane assignments, and the faster boats will be on the outside here in the 3rd qualification heats. First boat coming by start-finish line, that's Alex LeDuc in the 88 Fat Boy Racing. He's followed by Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts in the 26, the orange boat, the Dream Weaver. Here comes Mark Lalonde out of Valleyfield in the 751, the Lolo Racing, the purple and white boat. Eddie Campus, the local driver right from here in Grand Island, New York, in the 500 Senseless 16. He is currently your points leader in the entire season for the Hydroplane Racing League. He's on top of the charts today as well. He had the fastest time yesterday. He had a 1st and a 2nd. So that puts him in 1st position coming into today's racing. But a lot's going to be determined after this 3rd set of qualifications. Next boat coming off of turn 2, which is to the left of us here at Grantwood Park. The white boat, the 113. Another one with Sam Tremblay. Sam has had a tremendous season, currently sitting in 3rd position in points coming into today. And the final boat, Mikkel Tremblay, Sam's brother, he drives the 555, the all-yellow Happy Sunny. So those are the 6 boats. They've all made the call. We're 2:32 from the start. Heat 3A for Formula 2500. The Formula 2500 has a 2,300 cubic centimeter motor or a Honda engine. We have a mixed bag here in this heat. Got a couple Hondas and a couple Fords. The Honda was an experimental engine last season that HRL decided to adopt and make it part of the program. The good thing about the Hondas is it's much easier to find parts for the Honda. The 2300 is kind of getting hard to find parts for, so they're trying to find an alternative to that moving forward. And I think in the future, all the boats in the Formula 2500 class will have the Honda power. Okay, we're inside 2 minutes, about 1:43 from the start. As we said, lanes are assigned based off of your qualifications from yesterday. And then in the final later on this afternoon, we'll take all 3 qualifications and put them together, total up the points, and that will determine where you line up for that all-important 8-boat final, which will happen later on this afternoon here in the Formula 2500 class. 1:17 from the start. You'll see boats cut from the back stretch to the front stretch. You can see right now Sam Tremblay in the 113 is doing that. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the back to the front and you come in between the start-finish line and the entrance pit of turn number 1, just like Sam did right there. And the reason they do that is to get back on their timing marks, because they're either up a little bit too early and they got to get themselves back in line. So you'll see the boats starting to gather up off the exit of turn number 1 right now. And as they do that, we'll get them lined up for you here for 3A. Lane number 1 will be the 88, the red boat of Alex Leduc. He'll be in the inside in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the all-yellow boat of Mikel Tremblay, the 555, the Happy Sunny. He'll be in lane 2. Lane number 3 will be Kevin Smith, the 26, the Dreamweaver, the orange and white vessel. Lane number 4, we Mark Lalonde, the 751, purple and white boat. On his outside will be the all-white and black boat of Samuel Tremblay, and on far outside will be Eddie Camfouche in the 500. We are 15 seconds from the start. First heat of the day, heat 3A, Formula 2500s. We are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Kevin Smith, he'll lead him across start finish line. And watch the faster boats on the outside. Sam Tremblay and Eddie Camfouche as they head down here to turn number 1. Everybody gotta be smart as that wind is coming right off of Grand Island into turn number 1. And Kevin Smith, he'll lead him through the apex of turn number 1 from lane number 3. So Smith's your leader, but watch the boats on the outside. Here comes Camfouche and Tremblay flying out about lane 5 or 6. As they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1. We'll go 5 times around here in qualifier 3A. Kevin Smith's your leader, but Camfouche and Tremblay are right there on his outside. 3 boats within 1 rooster tail of each other as they head through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 1. Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts in the Dreamweaver running out in about lane number 3, but watch out. Eddie Camfouche and Samuel Tremblay running in lanes 4 and 5 on the outside, trying to make up ground as they come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go here in heat 3A for the Formula 2500. This Smith will turn left first. Tremblay stuck in the middle and Camfouche on the outside. They'll go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And it's still Kevin Smith, the driver from Massachusetts, doing a great job in that F26 Dreamweaver. But here comes Camfouche. Watch Eddie on the outside. The black and white boat has made up a lot of ground as they go down here to turn number 2. And Camfouche right there on his outside. You can barely see him. He's hidden in the white water as they go down here into turn number 2. Tremblay trying to run the tunnel, stuck in between the 2 rooster tails of Camfouche and Smith. So Kevin Smith will come up the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. We'll put 2 in the books. 2 down, 3 to go here in a dynamite race to start the day of 3A for the Formula 2500. Smith, your leader, with Camfouche on the outside. Eddie's got to have 4 boat lanes in order to move over in front of Sam Tremblay. That's why he's still leaving that hole for Tremblay. Looks like Mark Lalonde back and forth is having mechanical issues. He's going to break down right here in front of Tremblay. So Lalonde, unfortunately, has broken down to 751. But let's go back to the lead. Nice battle. We're halfway through 3A. And it's still Smith on the inside and Camfouche on the outside. Tremblay's back a little bit, but Eddie's still got to hold a lane for Tremblay running back there in 3rd position. He still doesn't have that overlap as of right now. So Kevin Smith's going to use that to his advantage. He'll go off the exit 2, come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down and 2 to go. We got a dead boat in front of the leaders as they go down here to turn number 1. Hopefully everybody sees that and they'll move to the inside of Lalonde. Nice job of driving by Eddie to go to the inside of Lalonde. So it's still Smith, Camfouche, Tremblay here in a dynamite battle for heat 3A. They'll come off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 4. It's still Kevin Smith, your leader. We'll call it 3 boat lengths. Eddie Camfouche still running in 2nd with Samuel Tremblay running in 3rd. So they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 4. Kevin Smith in the Dreamweaver. He still leads it through the apex of 2 with Camfouche right there on his outside. We'll call it 3 boat length advantage for Smith as he comes off the exit of 2. White flag being displayed. Can Camfouche get there? 1 more lap to go. Smith, your leader. Eddie Camfouche running in 2nd. Wow, Kevin Smith really picked up the right spots as he flies it down into turn number 1. Eddie can move over now. He's got enough boat lengths to move over to lane number 2, and he's done just that. Oh, Smith almost hooked it. And Smith hooked it in turn number 1, and now Eddie's got the lead. So Camfouche down the backstretch, opens it up by a full rooster tail. Let's see if Samuel Tremblay can move up into 2nd position. Unfortunate circumstances for Kevin Smith, who hooked it down there into turn number 1. But as we head back to your leader down into turn number 2, Eddie Camfouche in the F500. He'll go off the exit of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by. And all the way from lane number 6, the Grand Island, New York winner will be Eddie Camfouche in the 500, the senseless 16. 2nd position going to Kevin Smith in the 26. 3rd to Sam Tremblay in the 113. Another one. Looks like Mikhail Tremblay will come around and get 4th place. We've lost Alex Leduc, and unfortunately did not finish for him, and for Mark Lalonde in the 751 also will get a did not finish. But a dynamite battle to start the day here at Thunder on the Niagara. How about that when the local driver comes from lane 6? He wins the 3rd qualification here, and that'll set him up really nicely for the final later on today. So the question is, can Grant Liddycoat match what Eddie Campus did just then? Because right now, Eddie will have lane 1 for the final, depending on what Liddycoat does here in 3B. So nice run for Eddie Campus. Started in lane number 6 and made up a lot of ground and gets the victory here in the first qualifier of the day. Heat 3A for the Formula 2500s. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Heat 3B coming up next. Folks making their way out of the race course for Heat 3B. Should have 6 make the call here for Formula 2500 Heat 3B. Once again, if you're just coming out here to Brentwood Park or you're tuning in on our YouTube page, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race does not start until the 5-minute warm-up period has concluded. So And the ultimate goal is to hit start finish line when the clock hits 0. We are 4 minutes and 2 seconds away from that happening. This is the Formula 2500 class. These boats have a Honda powered engine or a 2300 cubic centimeter Ford engine, all with identical horsepower. This makes the playing field pretty even here in the Formula 2500 class. First boat's coming off the bottom end of the race course, down here to turn number 2 to the left of us here at Grant Wick Park. The first boat on the outside, that's John Shaw, the 92 Tenacity out of Centerville, Maryland. He's followed by Grant Hearn in the 14, the Legacy 1 out of Syracuse, Indiana. He's followed by Guillaume Charette, the all-green boat, the 77 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The pink and white Canada Girl, 757, driven by Stephanie Blaine. On her outside is the 97 of Grant Liddycote in the Sendit out of Suffolk, Virginia. And the final boat on the race course, the Valleyfield Auto Parts F4 and Tommy Shannon. Those are all 6 boats. They've all made the call. We are 3 minutes from the start of Heat 3A. The drama here in 3A is can Grant Liddycote match what Eddie Campus just did? Eddie won his qualifier and picked up the 25 points. And right now he's sitting in the catbird seat, lane number 1 for the final later on today. If Grant Liddycote can match that, then we'll go to the fastest time of the weekend to determine who will have that inside lane for that final 8-boat final in the Formula 2500 class later on this afternoon at approximately 3 o'clock for that Formula 2500 final. John Shaw on the outside, that 92 Tenacity. He comes in 4th position right now. He had a first place finish, had a 3rd place finish yesterday in his 2 qualification heats. He is your defending high point champion here in this Formula 2500 class in that orange and black boat. They've had some issues since the boat was blown over in Brockville, Ontario back in the final week of June. And ever since then, team owner Al Thompson's been working to get that boat back up and running to where it's capable of running. So it should be a good battle here with Shaw and Liddycote having to start up in lanes 5 and 6. We'll see something like we just saw probably in that first qualifier where Eddie Campus started in lane 6, had to go, and we call it driving around the field in order to pick up the victory there in 3A. This is Heat 3B, Formula 2500s, their final qualification of the day. Once this qualification is completed, the points will be tabulated. We'll determine the final 7 boats, the first 7 to make the final. Then we'll have a consolation heat to determine the final boat to make that 8-boat final. So 57 seconds from the start, everybody will start to get down here into turn number 1. Turn 1 is to the right of us here at Grant Wick Park. Turn 2 is to the left of us. Only 2 turns in inboard powerboat racing. So when you hear me talk about, we'll say the entrance of 1 and the exit of 1 and the entrance of 2 and the exit of 2. So we'll get them lined up for you here. For Heat 3B, on the inside will be the 77, the green boat of Guillaume Charette. Lane 2 will be the red boat of Tommy Shannon. Lane number 3 will be the pink and white boat, Stephanie Blaine. Lane number 4 will be Grant Hearn in the blue and chartreuse yellow. Lane number 5 will be John Shaw, the orange craft, and up on the outside, the all red 97 Sendit of Grant Liddycote. Those would be your 6 as we're 14 seconds from the start of Heat 3B. That's a good picture right there. Oh, Shaw went to the outside. Not sure what happened there. He's got to get back inside in lane number 5, and he'll go through the tails. We are 1-0. Mark, clean start. Tommy Shannon led him across, but all 6 boats got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. So Guillaume Charette, he'll turn left first into 77. He'll be your leader off the exit of 1, but watch to the boats to the outside. That's where all the speed is. So Guillaume is your leader off the exit of turn number 1. Here comes Tommy Shannon with a nice run. The F4 takes the lead down the backstretch, but he's got the 14 and the 97 to his outside. There's 4 boats within about 3 boat lengths of each other as they head down here into turn number 2. Guillaume Charette on the inside, Tommy Shannon on the outside. Then you've got Liddycote way up on the outside in the 97. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2, come around a complete lap number 1. Tommy Shannon takes lead. Guillaume Charette back to second. Grant Hearn, and here comes Grant Liddycote. Liddy Coat and Chime walking the 97 down here to turn number 1. This is where it gets really rough here on the Niagara River when 4 boats go barreling down into turn 1. Makes it really difficult, especially for the boats on the outside as they pick up the wind. So Guillaume Charette still your leader off the exit of turn number 1. But here comes Liddy Coat on the outside. Grant Liddy Coat, the 97, is now gone into the lead over top of Shannon. Charette, Hearn is back to 4th, and Shaw is 5th. 5 boats within 2 rooster tails as they head down here into turn number 2. Grant Liddy Coat, the 97, said it. He is your leader. He started in lane number 6. He's made up a lot of ground. He's all the way up to first position as they come up the exit of 2 to complete lap number 2. Guillaume Charette on the inside with Tommy Shannon right to his outside. Here's Grant Hearn, and John Shaw's moved to the buoy row. Shaw is running through a mess down there on the inside trying to make up positions. So Liddy Coat is your leader down into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Grant can start to move over just a little bit. He's got the 4 boat length overlap if he wants to move over to the inside. Liddy Coat will come off the turn number 1. Will lead by about a rooster tail as he heads down the backstretch halfway through. Heat 3B, Liddy Coat is your leader. Tommy Shannon having a great run back in 2nd position. Guillaume Charette 3rd. Here comes John Shaw on the outside. Shaw moves up into 3rd position. Shaw is trying to find some water to run in. He's in the nasty white water back there in 3rd position. Shaw will move on the outside of Shannon to take over 2nd. But Liddy Coat leads, 3 down, 2 to go. The battle for 2nd right now. Every point matters. That's why you see these guys really trying to drive hard here in this 3rd qualification. Oh, we've lost the 4. Tommy Shannon down on power. And that allows John Shaw to move up into 2nd. Guillaume Charette back to 3rd, and Grant Hearn in 4th. Here on lap number 4, everything's starting to settle down a little bit. That was pretty exciting there for 3 laps. 3.5 in and 1.5 to go, and Grant Liddy Coat is your leader. We'll call it 2 full rooster tails. John Shaw made up a lot of ground, has moved up into 2nd position. Looks like it's going to be a battle between Guillaume Charette and Grant Hearn for 3rd position on the race course. But Grant Liddy Coat in the 97 out of Suffolk, Virginia, the descendant. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2. He'll get the white flag this time by. 1 more lap around the Niagara River for Grant Liddy Coat. If he can hold on to this victory, that'll put him in a virtual tie with Eddie Campush, and then it'll come down to who had the fastest time of the weekend. So Grant Liddy Coat is your leader. John Shaw's moved to the buoy row. Shaw trying to make up ground back in 2nd position. He's got 3/4 of a lap to try to do something with Grant Liddy Coat, but Liddy Coat extends the lead to 2 full rooster tails as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 5 of 5. So Liddy Coat leads, Shaw in 2nd, and Hearn in 3rd, down into turn number 2 on lap number 5 of 5. A dynamite race here in 3B, and Grant Liddy Coat comes off the exit of turn number 2. He will match Eddie Campush. So to go down to the time, whoever has the fastest time, but your unofficial winner of 3B will be Grant Liddy Coat. John Shaw with a great run from lane 5. He was mired in the muck back there. He'll finish in 5th. He'll finish in 2nd, 3rd position will go to Grant Hearn in the 14 to Legacy 1. 4th place will go to Guillaume Charette in the 77. Unfortunately, we've lost Stephanie Blaine. She's dead on the race course, as well as Tommy Shannon. But that was a cluster there for about 3 laps with the boats on the outside trying to find ground, having a great run. So Liddy Coat first, Shaw 2nd, Hearn 3rd. We'll have to wait until the final times to determine who will have that inside lane between Eddie Campush and Grant Liddy Coat. 2 dynamite battles in 3A and 3B. Up next, we'll go to our beginning class, our 2.5 liter stocks. They'll be on the water next. For our fans on the live stream, please make sure you like and subscribe to our Hydroplane Racing League YouTube page. That helps us out. The many followers that we get, the more opportunity we have to bring you this live coverage each and every Hydroplane Racing League weekend. So please like and subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. Won't even notify you of anything. Just like and subscribe. The more numbers, the better. Thank you so much for tuning in. Day number 2, Thunder on the Niagara. Up next, 2.5 liter stock qualifier 3A. All right, for our fans along the shoreline and those tuning in live on our HRL YouTube page, our officials are looking at that last heat. We did get word that coming prior to the start there, when John Shaw was in lane number 5, he actually lost the steering wheel. That's why he went to the outside. Did a good job of getting the steering wheel back on prior to the start of the race. So good job of driving by John. That's why he went way to the outside prior to that start. And they're just looking to see if there were any other issues throughout the heat, but unofficially, we have a tie at the top between Eddie Camfush and Grant Liddycoat. Coming into today, Eddie had the faster of the 2 times. So if that does stick, he will have lane 1 for the final, and Grant Liddycoat will be in lane number 2. But once we get the official word of that, we'll let you know. There'll be an 8-boat final for both the 2.5 liter stocks and the Formula 2500. So up next will be our 2.5 liter stocks. We should have 5 of them make the call in Heat 3A. And 4 of them in 3B. We got 9 of them here this weekend. The top 8 will make it directly into the final later on this afternoon. As we've been stating all weekend long, and if you're just coming in here today or tuning in on our live stream, you get points for going out and finishing heats. 25 points for a win, 21 points for second, 18 for third, 15 for fourth, 13 for fifth, 11 for sixth, and so on. Those points are tabulated throughout the week, and the top point getter after the 3 rounds of qualification gets the better lane draw for the final. And obviously, the inside is the shortest way around the race course, so you want to get the most points you can so you can get it inside for that 8-boat final. So that's the ultimate goal of all these drivers, to accumulate as many points as they can throughout the weekend, so they don't have to worry about going through that consolation heat to get into the final. So up next, 3A, 2.5 liter stocks. All right, our 5-minute gun has sounded for our first qualification heats of the day for our 2.5 liter stocks. If you were with us yesterday, 2.5 liter stocks are our beginning class. It's either they're first starting out in inboard hydroplane racing, or they've been away from the sport for a little while and they've come back to inboard hydroplane racing. These are the exact same boats we just saw in Formula 2500. The only difference is the experience level of the drivers. Coming into today, your points leader is Matisse Gabriel Chasson in the 57. He's out there in the blue boat with the pink sponsons. He's currently sitting at the top of the table. He's followed by Jacob Hainu in the S2, which we will see coming up in Heat 3B. So those two guys are battling out to determine who could have that inside lane for the final. Been very impressed with Dominic Belay. He's the green boat going down the backstretch right now. That boat was brand new in the off season, and Dominic is one of those guys that was in the sport for a while, took a hiatus, and then came back. Here comes Matisse Gabriel Chasson out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, in the 57 across start finish line. He's the son of legendary driver Patrick Hayworth, who we'll see a little bit later on today. The 22 of Dominic Belay, the all-in, comes across start finish line. The boat to the inside, that's the 50, driven by Ken Brody III. He's the local driver out of Grand Island. To his outside, the 91, Remy Bouboyer. And the final boat on the backstretch, coming off of turn number 2, is the 104 of Ben Turpin in the D-Rock Racing. So all 5 have made the call for Heat 2A. We are inside 3 minutes to the start. So if you're just coming out here this afternoon, or this morning I should say, and it's your first time watching an inboard powerboat racing event, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race does not officially begin until the end of this 5-minute warm-up period. So boats come out of the race course, they'll do a few timing runs, they'll get the boats warmed up and ready to go. And the ultimate goal is to get down here to start-finish line, which is the orange buoy with the checker flag, when that clock hits 0. You need to be to the left of the start-finish line prior to that clock hitting 0. If you jump the gun or you're to the right of the start-finish line, you'll be assessed a 1-minute penalty. So everything's based off of timing here in inboard powerboat racing. We are 2:07 from the start, 2 minutes and 7 seconds away. Start of Heat 3A, 2.5 liter stock competition. We have 2 qualifications in 2.5 liters, and then we'll have their final later on this afternoon with only 9 boats here this weekend for 2.5 liter. The top 8 will make it directly into the final, and we'll have that 8-boat final for you at approximately 2:45 this afternoon. So a great day of racing set up for you here today on day number 2 of Thunder on Niagara. Thank you for coming out and supporting our event. Remember to pick up your Region 3 Rescue raffle tickets. They're walking around with a bucket, sell some raffle tickets. You can also visit the green tent down towards the pit entrance if you'd like to pick up some raffle tickets. Win yourself some money before you leave here today. 1:14 for the start, 2.5 for the stock, Heat 3A. Now the wind today, we've talked about this with the spotters a little bit here at the start-finish line. The wind is very different from yesterday. Down into turn 1, these guys are going to have to be really smart. Use some wing as they head down into turn 1. These boats have a wing on the front that they control with a foot pedal or a thing on the steering wheel that control the attitude of the boat. And that wing really helps keep the boat glued to the water. We'll talk about that to give you an example of that throughout the race. We're 37 seconds from the start. Lane 1 will be Ken Brody III in the S50, the senseless 15. Lane number 2 will be Ben Turpin, the 104 D-Rock Racing, the all-green boat. Lane number 3 will be Dominic Belay in the 22, the all-in. Lane number 4 will be Matisse Gabriel Chasson in the 57, and on the outside will be Remy Bouboyer in the 91. We're 15 seconds from the start. Heat 3A, 2.5 liter stocks. As they come off the exit turn 2, the ultimate goal to hit this start finish line at 0 as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, they're a little early, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. Watch Dominic Belay on the outside in lane number 3. Belay hit it right at 0, and he'll lead them down here to turn number 1. Watch the boats on the inside. Belay has to hold his lane all the way through turn number 1. So that allows Ken Brody III to move up on the inside, and the D-Rock Racing of Ben Turpin right there on his outside. 3 boats. You can throw a blanket over them as they come off the exit of turn number 1. Brody, Turpin, and Belay, 1, 2, 3 as they go down the backstretch. We go 5 times around here in Heat 2A for the 2.5 liter stocks. And Ken Brody the third out of Grand Isle, New York. He'll lead them down here to turn number 2. He's going to try to hug the buoy row. That's the shortest way around. He'll go off the exit of 2, come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 4 to go. Here in heat 3A for the 2.5 liter stocks. Brody leads, Belay in second, Topin in third, but watch for Chase on as he's moving up on the outside, running back there in 4th position. In the 57, the Howe. They go down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And Ken Brody the third. Opened it up, we'll call it a rooster tail advantage now. Over top of Dominic Belay running back in second, Ben Topin, and then Matisse Gabriel Chason running in 4th position. 1.5 in and 3.5 to go. Here in heat 3A for the 2.5 liter stocks. And Ken Brady the third out of Grand Isle. He is your leader down here into turn number 2 on lap number 2. Belay still holds on to second. Chason's moved up into third, and Ben Topin's back to 4th. Remy Boyer is in 5th. Come around to complete lap number 2. We'll put 2 in the books. 2 down, 3 to go. Here in 2A. And Ken Brody the third. He's your leader by 2 rooster tails. Dominic Belay runs in second. Nice battle between Ben Topin, the green boat on the inside, and Matisse Gabriel Chason, the blue boat on the outside, battling out for 3rd position. Brody leads off the exit of turn number 1. We'll call it 2 rooster tails now. Over top of Dominic Belay running back in second. Halfway through heat 3A for the 2.5 liter stocks. And it's Ken Brody the third, your leader down here to turn number 2. 2 rooster tails back to Dominic Belay. Then another 2 rooster tails back to Matisse Gabriel Chason. Then Ben Topin. So through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down and 2 to go. Here at 2.5 liter stock qualifier 3A. And Ken Brody the third. Nice, comfortable 2 full rooster tail advantage over top of Dominic Belay and Matisse Gabriel Chason. Ben Topin still running in 4th, and Remy Boyer running back here in 5th position. Through the apex of turn number 1. Look at Chason. Chason's moved to the buoy row in the 57. If you look at that boat back in 3rd position, he's moved to the buoy row trying to make up ground on Dominic Belay as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 4 of 5. So Chason came into this heat with the points lead. We're going to have to shake it out as we go down here into turn number 2. It looks like Chason still running that buoy row trying to make up ground. That'll be all important if he can get up into 2nd position. But it'll be the white flag this time. Oh, Chason had to go through the tail. Belay was out in lane number 3, came over in front of Chason. We'll see if there's any calls on that. The white flag being displayed on the race course. And Ken Brody the third, still your leader down into turn number 1. So Brody leads, Belay second, Chason third, Topin 4th. Now Belay's moved to the buoy row. Ken Brody better watch out as Belay's making up a lot of ground on the inside as they head down the backstretch on lap number 5 of 5. Brody still leads, but it's down to 3 boat lengths. Half a lap away for Ken Brody the third. Now he's going to have to hold outside in lane number 2 as Dominic Belay's to his inside. He doesn't have the overlap to move over in front of Dominic. So Ken Brody's going to have to hold out in lane number 2 there. That's going to give the opportunity for Belay to move up on the inside, and he'll do just that as they come off the exit of 2. Dominic Belay's moved on the inside. It's a drag race down to start-finish line, and what a move by Belay. He'll take the lead and take the victory here in 3A. Brody will have to settle for 2nd. Chason will end up in 3rd. Topin will be 4th. And Remy Boyer will round out the field in 5th. But what a move there on that final lap. Dominic Belay just moved up on the inside of Ken Brody the third. And as they came off the exit of turn number 2 to come down here to start-finish line, Belay took the advantage of that inside and shorter way around, and he gets the unofficial heat victory here in 3A for the 2.5 liters. So our officials will take a look at that heat as well, because there was some close calls in there. Got to have that 4 boat length overlap in order to move in front of the driver that is chasing you down. And that was tight in a couple spots there during heat 3A. Up next, we'll have one more qualification of 2.5 liter stocks. It'll be heat 3B. That'll be followed up by 4 qualification heats of H350. And then we'll have Grand Prix heat 1 and 2. Or, I'm sorry, heats 3A and 3B for the day. So great run for Dominic Belay. Made up a lot of ground there to come up on the inside of Ken Brody III. Take the victory here in 3A. Up next, as we said, 3B, 2.5 Litre Stock. For our fans on the live stream, thank you so much for tuning in. Just a reminder, go ahead and like and subscribe to our YouTube page. We'd appreciate it. The more likes and subscriptions that we have, the more opportunity we have to promote the sport. Hello to our friends out in Seattle. I know you're running the H1 Unlimited Seafair weekend. If you're tuning in bright and early out West Coast time, we appreciate you tuning in. I know it's approximately 8:15 out on the West Coast, so good morning to our friends that are watching out in Seattle. Wherever you have a successful day of racing out there at Seafair, good luck to our HRL drivers as well. Andrew Tate, Bobby King, out there doing some driving on the H1 Unlimited circuit. Good luck to those guys today out in Seattle Seafair. So I hope you're tuning in and enjoying the show here in North Tonawanda. We are very lucky this weekend in North Tonawanda. If you've ever been here before, this place could be a mess. The mighty Niagara River is a tough place to race, but we've been lucky, and hopefully Mother Nature will maintain that throughout the day, because we have picture perfect racing conditions comparable to other weekends that we've had here on the Niagara River. So thanks for tuning in on our YouTube page. We appreciate y'all. Just a reminder, make sure you download the HRL app. If you go to the HRL app, you can get all the updated results. Miss Diane, she's down at the start finish line, and she puts those results in right away, and it will, once those results are put in, they'll actually put up the final. So for example, the 2500 final is already set, and Eddie Campus will be in lane number 1 with Grant Liddycote in 2 and John Shaw in 3, Sam Tremblay in 4, Grant Hunt in 5, Kevin Smith in 6, and Mikkel Tremblay will be in 7 for the 2500 final. We will have the 2500 consolation with Mark Lalonde, Stephanie Blaine, Tommy Shannon, Gam Charette, and Alex Duke. The winner of that 5-boat consolation will make it directly into the final. So, Eddie Campus, virtue of 2 wins and a second, will have the inside lane. Grant Liddycote, had the exact same result with 2 wins and a second. However, Eddie had the faster time, so Eddie will have lane number 1 for his hometown race here in the Formula 2500 final. Should be a good one. Approximately, I would say, 3:15 for that 2500 final later on this afternoon. Our goal is to have the GP final right at 4 o'clock, so I'm just backtracking a little bit. Just make sure you download that HRL app. You can get everything you need for the finals, as they are already set in the Formula 2500 class for later on this afternoon. So to all our friends watching around the world, welcome to day 2, Thunder on Niagara. Coming up next, we'll have Heat 3B for 2.5 Litre Stocks. Stick around. All right. Heat 3B. 2.5 liter stocks making their way out of the race course. The final qualification heat for our 2.5 liter stocks. We should have 4 of them make the call here for their final qualification heat of the weekend. As we said, the top 8 boats here in 2.5 liter will make it directly into the final later on this afternoon. Our Formula 2500 final is set. We'll give you that rundown after the conclusion of this heat. And then we'll have our 2.5 liters. Their final will be set with the conclusion of this heat as well. Just for our friends along the shoreline here, make sure if you have not done so already, go ahead and download that Hydroplane Racing League app. You can find it right in your Play Store or your Apple Store, wherever you get your apps. And it is up to the minute with results from the weekend and results throughout the year. First boat coming by start-finish line, the purple and orange boat, that's a 74. Matthew Brown. To his outside is Austin Hayes in the 35, the TKO-sponsored TM Special. The boat up on the outside, the blue, white, checkerboard paint scheme. That's Jacob Haynu in the S2 out of Beauharnois, Quebec. And to his inside is Derek Anderson in the 25 Canadian Tire. Those are the 4 boats that have made the call here for Heat 3B, the final qualification heat of the weekend for the 2.5 liter stocks. We're 2:55 from the start, 2:55 away. A beautiful day of racing here at Thunder on the Niagara for day number 2. Our H350s are being lowered into the water for their first qualifiers. We'll have 4 qualification heats of H350 coming up for you. That'll be followed by our 2 final Grand Prix qualification heats as well. So we're in our final set of qualification heats here this morning. And as I said, our GP final, 6-boat final, scheduled to go right at 4 o'clock. So if you backtrack about 15 minutes for each other final, that'll put our 2.5 liter stock final right about 3 o'clock. That is the goal. So all 4 of the boats are out on the water. As I briefly spoke in our first qualifier for our 2.5 liter stocks, these boats have a wing on the front of the boat. Now the driver has the option, depending on their preference, to either control the wing with a foot pedal or an actuator, which is on the steering wheel. And the goal for the driver is to keep the boat on the water, but get it out of the water as well. So you kind of have to manage it by getting the boat to fly, but not too much to blow it over, and not keep it on the water so that it's what we call quote-unquote sticks. So as they go down the front stretch and the back stretch, they'll put that wing in an upright position to get the air to flow over top of the boat. And then as they go down to the turns, they'll put that wing in a flat position to get the boats to kind of glue more to the water to help them get through the turns. Now these boats only turn left, they will not turn right. They have a rudder on the back of the boat and then a skid fin on the left sponson that helps the boat turn. That's the only way these boats will get around the race course. If they didn't have that skid fin, they wouldn't turn at all. So that's how they get the boats through the race course. And you can watch as they come down the straightaway here at us at Grant Webb Park. You can watch that front wing, how they move it up and down throughout the heat. So as the boats get out of the backstretch with 40 seconds from the start, we will line them up for you. In lane number 1 will be Matthew Brown in the 74. The purple and orange boat, he'll have lane 1. Lane 2 will be Derek Anderson in the red and white vessel, the Canadian Tire S25. Lane number 3 will be Austin Hayes in the 35 TKO Racing, the red, white, and blue boat. And on his outside will be Jacob Haynu in the blue and red and white boat out of Beauharnois, Quebec. We are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, please start. Derek Anderson will lead him across start-finish line in the 25 Canadian Tire. Wow, you can see everybody picking that right spots up as they head down here to turn number 1. Got to be careful with that wind coming off of Grand Island as they head down here into turn 1 for the first time. We'll go 5 times around here in Heat 3B for the 2.5 liter stocks. And Derek Anderson comes off the exit of turn number 1. He's got about a 2-boat length advantage over top of the 74. Watch for Jacob Haynu running on the outside. The S2, the Novo Racing, running currently in third position, but watch that boat as he goes out on the outside. And Austin Hayes, he's running in the muck back there in fourth position. They come through the bottom end of the race course to come around and complete lap number 1. They'll fan out 3 wide as they come up the exit of turn number 1 for turn number 2 for the first time. 1 down, 4 to go. Matthew Brown leads. Derek Anderson is right there, but here comes Haydu on the outside. The S2 Nova Racing really driving hard down into turn number 1, running out in about lane number 4. So Brown and Anderson are side by side, and Haydu is right there as well. The top 3 separated by about 4 boat lengths as they come off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. So Brown is your leader with Anderson there, and here comes Haydu on the outside. You can't even see Jacob. Jacobs hitting in the white water. He's moved up into second. Here he comes for the lead up on the outside. The young driver out of Bahornwall moves up on the outside of Matthew Brown down here into turn number 2. So Brown leads with Haydu in second, Anderson in third, and Hayes in fourth. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down and 3 to go here in a dynamite race in heat 2B, and Hayden will take the lead, and unfortunately we've lost Derek Anderson. Anderson is down on power back here in fourth position. So Hayden leads them down into turn number 1 on lap number 3, but Brown's going to use that inside lane the shorter way around the race course to his advantage, and he will retain the lead off of turn number 1. But here comes Hayden right back at him on the outside. So halfway through heat 3B, and Jacob Haydu leads by 4 bait lengths as they head down the backstretch into turn number 2 on lap number 3. So Haydu, Brown, Hayes, that's how they run 1, 2, 3 on the race course here in heat 3B for the 2.5 stock. So off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Jacob Haydu is your leader. Matthew Brown runs in second position. Austin Hayes runs in third. Derek Anderson, looked like Derek was down on power. He got the boat back up and running. Currently running in the fourth position. Down into turn 1 on lap 4. Jacob Haydu in the S2, the Nova Racing. He's your leader off the exit of turn number 1. With Matthew Brown running back in second position. Third place to Austin Hayes. So we're 3.5 in and 1.5 to go. And Jacob Haydu in the S2, the Nova Racing, through the bottom of the race course here in turn number 2. Got a nice, comfortable 2 full rooster tail advantage as he comes up the exit of turn 2. He'll get the white flag this time by. 1 more lap around for the S2 Nova Racing. And Jacob Haydu. Second is Matthew Brown in the 74. Third, still Austin Hayes. And fourth is Derek Anderson. But Jacob Haydu's got that Honda power. S2 Nova Racing running really well here in heat 3B. He'll come off the exit of turn number 1. We'll call it 3 full rooster tails now over top of Matthew Brown running back in second. So half a lap away for Jacob Haydu. And with this victory, that should move him to the inside lane in the final later on today as he comes through the apex of turn number 2 on lap number 5 of 5. And the S2, Jacob Haydu, he'll come off the exit of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by. And Jacob Haydu, your unofficial winner of heat 3B in the S2, the Nova Racing. Second position, we'll go to Matthew Brown in the 74. Third place, we'll go to Austin Hayes in the TKO Racing TM Special. The S35, and Derek Anderson did a good job to keep that boat running. Looked like Derek had lost the motor there on lap number 2, but he got it fired back up, and he'll come around and get 4th place points. So that'll do it for all our small boat qualifications here this weekend. Up next, we'll step it up. H350s be on the water for their first of 4 qualification heats. This early or late afternoon or late morning, early afternoon time frame. Our H350s will be on the water next. All right, H350s making their way out onto the race course for their first qualification heat of the day, Heat 3A. H350s have 350 cubic inch motors, speeds upwards of 120, 125 miles an hour. So a definite step up from what we saw just a little bit ago. Boats approximately 20 feet in length, 8.5 foot wide or so. 4:13 from the start. We should have 5 of them make the call here in 3A. We got 17 total H350s here this weekend. The top 6 will make it directly into the final. The other 2 boats that make the 8-boat final will have to go through the consolation heats. Currently, the 924 of Patrick Hayworth is your points leader coming into today. And I look over to the pit area, he's still sitting at the dock. So a developing story here with the 924 sitting at the dock trying to get fired up to make it out onto the race course. Then behind Patrick, we had 4 boats tied with 46 points. So it's anybody's race to try to make it into that 8-boat final later on today. The first boat that came by, the orange and green boat that's down into turn 1 right now, that's the 21 Supernova, driven this weekend by Mark Lalonde, normally driven by Yannick Leger. Yannick's out with a foot injury, so Mark is taking over the driving duties this weekend. He was followed across start finish by the 519, the bank on it, and Kent Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. He's in the orange and white vessel. Then you have the 773 going through turn 1 right now, Martin Rochon, and he's followed up by Fred Coutier in the the H14, the Legacy 1. Fred came into the weekend as your points leader in a very, very tight season-wide race in the H350s. Still waiting on the 924 to see if the Patrick Hayworth can make it out of the pit area. So a developing story here with your points leader. He was a perfect 2 for 2 yesterday, was a 924. If he's unable to make it out here in the next minute and 20 seconds, this could be interesting. It looks like the lid is up on the 924, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like Patrick Hayworth is going to come out. So, wow, that's a big story here in the H350 class. Your points leader coming into today, not going to make it into third qualifier. That will pretty much solidify his fate to a consolation later on today instead of being on the front row for the final. So unfortunate for the 924 Game On team, not able to make it out here for qualifier 3A. So that'll leave us with 4 boats here in the first qualifier of the day for the H350s. 135 to the start, 135 away. If you're just coming out to Gratwet Park, welcome. Day number 2 of Thunder on the Niagara. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. Boats come out on the race course. They'll go around, do a couple timing runs, get the engines tuned up and warmed up for 5 minutes. And then the ultimate goal is to come down here to start-finish. When the clock hits 0, you want to be to the left side of the start-finish line prior to the clock hitting 0. If you're over the start-finish line with any time left on the clock, you will be assessed a 1-minute penalty. And that will pretty much throw you out of your chance of victory, and you'll have a points deduction on top of it. So starts are the most important part of racing here on the HRL circuit is the start. 45 seconds approximately to the start, 45 seconds away. So we'll get them lined up for you as they go down here into turn 1, down the backstretch. 40 seconds to the start. Lane number 1 will be Kent Henderson in the 519. Team Toban sponsors the bank on it out of Brockville, Ontario. Lane number 2 will be the 773 of Martin Rochon, the RTX sponsored boat. Lane number 3 will be Frederick Coutier in the 14, the Legacy 1. And on the outside will be Mark Lalonde in the 21, the Supernova. That's how they'll line up. Henderson, Rochon, Coutier, Lalonde. That's how they'll line up inside out as we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, whoa, nice start for Lalonde on the outside. The 21 hit it right at 0. He'll lead him down here into turn number 1. Now he's got to hold his lane all the way through the apex of this turn, and that's going to allow the boats to his inside. Rochon and Henderson to take the advantage through the apex of turn number 1. And Martin Rochon, your Brockville winner, heads down the backstretch with the lead here in 3A. But up on his outside, look at Lalonde the 21. He is flying. The Supernova on the outside, running back in second position. Henderson in third and Coutier in fourth. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1. We'll go 5 times around here at H350 qualifier 3A. And Martin Rackheimer comes off the exit of turn number 1. He'll lead lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go. Rashawn leads. Henderson in second. Lalonde in third. Coutier in fourth. Now Coutier is going to try to drive the tunnel and move up on the outside of Henderson and on the inside of Lalonde. They've got to leave a lane for the 14 as he goes through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. So it's tight for Fred trying to make up any ground, running back there in 4th position. 1.5 in, 3.5 to go. Rashawn's your leader down into turn number 2. Martin Rashawn by 2 full rooster tails over top of Mark Lalonde. His first weekend behind the wheel of that 21. He's looking really good here in qualifier 3A. Rashawn comes around. He's your leader. 2 down, 3 to go. Henderson and Lalonde battling it out for second. And Fred Coutier running back in the slop in 4th. Fred's having a difficult time trying to run through the tunnel there between Henderson and Lalonde back in 4th position. Halfway through qualifier 3A for the H350s and Martin Rashawn in the RTX sponsored 773. He leads down the backstretch. Mark Lalonde having a great ride in that 21 Supernova. Kent Henderson's boat's waking up a little bit here in 3A. And Coutier running back in 4th. Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Here at H350 qualifier 3A and Martin Rashawn. He's opened up by half a straightaway now. We'll call it 3 full rooster tails over top of Kent Henderson, Mark Lalonde, and Fred Coutier running back in 4th. Rashawn your leader, but the battle is still for second between Henderson and Lalonde. So Rashawn off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 4. He is your leader. We're 3.5 in and 1.5 to go. Henderson is still in second position with Lalonde running right there on his outside. Frederick Coutier can't make up any ground because he is running in the slot behind those 2 guys, battling it out for second. But off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 4, the white flag will be displayed. 1 more lap around for Martin Rackheimer as he leads across start-finish line. Henderson is in second. Now Coutier has moved up to 3rd. Lalonde must have had some issues. He's back to 4th, and Lalonde is off the pace here on lap number 5. So everybody pretty evenly spread out on the race course here on the 5th and final lap. They go down the backstretch, and Martin Rashawn, he leads it by 2 full rooster tails. Over top of Kent Henderson and the team tow band, the bank on it. Down the backstretch for the 5th and final time, Rashawn has backed out just a little bit. He knows he's got a nice comfortable advantage as they head down here into turn number 2. These would be very valuable points for the 773 team to make it directly into that final later on today. And off the exit of turn number 2, your unofficial winner of Heat 3A will go to Martin Rashawn, your winner in the 773. Great run for Henderson. Kent will come across with the 519 bank on it. He'll get second place. Frederick Coutier will get 3rd. In the 14, the Legacy 1. And 4th. Unfortunate, man. Mark Lalonde was running great in that 21 Supernova and had some mechanical issues there on the end of lap number 4. But a really good debut weekend for Mark in that boat. He will take over primary ownership of the 21 next season. So a great opportunity for him to get some seat time here this weekend. He was running really well there, and unfortunately some mechanical issues in the 21. You see he's just going to cut the race course and get into the infield so they can put him on a tow rope to get that boat towed back in to the pit area. So once we get the 21 hooked up onto a towboat, we will get him towed up out of the way, and we should be ready to go for Heat 3B for the H350s. So great run for Rashawn, picking up the victory there in the 773. Up next, Heat 3B. Should have 4 of them make the call for Heat 3B coming up next. For our friends watching on the live stream, we are on Heat 3B coming up next for the H350s. 3 more heats to go before Grand Prix qualifier number 1. getting ready to go here for heat 3B. We got 21 towed up off the race course, so we should be ready to go. All right, inside the countdown for heat 3B. There, the 5-minute gun has just gone off, so our boats should be making their way out onto the race course for heat 3B. Should have 4 of them make the call here in 3B. First boat out of the pit area is the 999, the Black Beast, Eric McKenna, out of Valleyfield, Quebec. He's followed by Paul Barber in the 52 out of Ottawa, Ontario. Excuse me. The next 2 boats out of the pit area, the white boat, the 242 LDC Construction, driven by Jimmy King, out of Michigan. And the final boat out of the pit area, the 195 Citywide presents Awesome Secret, Tyler Cadets out of Brockville, Ontario. All 4 boats have made the call. We are 4 minutes to the start. 4 minutes. The start of the race for heat 3B. The LDC Construction, the 242, came in tied in second in points. And with the 924 unable to go in 3A, the door is wide open for Jimmy King to get that inside lane for that final later on this afternoon, which he's got a very good opportunity to do so. He'll have to start up on the outside here in 3B, but if you follow the sport at all, you know how fast that LDC Construction 242 is. Jimmy's driving this weekend. His son Bobby is out at Seattle Seafair driving the U12 Graham Trucking this weekend in the H1 Unlimited Series, so Dad took over the wheel of the 242 here at Thunder on the Niagara. We're 3:08 from the start, 3:08 away. If you're just coming out today, welcome to Thunder on the Niagara, day number 2. We are in our qualification heats. We will run a 8-boat H350 final. The top 6 in points will make it directly in. The other 2 boats will have to go through consolation heats in order to make it into the final later on this afternoon. Scheduled start time approximately 3:45 for an H350 final. Eric McKenna came into the weekend in a really good points position. I think he was in second position in points coming into the weekend. Right now, he's got some work to do to try to make it into the final. Currently sitting in 10th place in points after the first 2 rounds of qualifications. Paul Barber, the 52, going through turn 1 right now. Barber's had some mechanical issues throughout the season, but the boat ran really well yesterday. I talked to him this morning. He said he was pretty pleased with how yesterday ended up. It rolled down. Didier. Breaking that, throwing stuff. All right, 140 from the start, 140 away. Boats on the backstretch right now. They'll come by one more time, then they'll get lined up. Assigned lanes format here in the Hydroplane Racing League. As we've said all weekend long, your lanes are assigned based off of your points that you accrued yesterday. So they came into the weekend. The lanes were assigned based on the points throughout the season. Today's lane assignments are based off the points from yesterday. So the top qualifiers from yesterday will be on the outside here in the 3rd qualification heats. 105 away for the start of heat 3B. After this, we'll have 2 more qualifications of H350s, and then we'll have our big boats come out. Our Grand Prix Hydros will have their 3rd and final rounds of qualification heats 3A and 3B to get prepared for their 6-boat final later on this afternoon. 38 seconds for the start. We'll get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be the yellow boat, the 195 Citywide presents Awesome Secret and Tyler Cadets out of Brockville, Ontario. In lane 2 will be Eric McKenna out of Valleyfield, Quebec in the 999, the Black Beast. Lane number 3 will be Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario in the 52, the Legacy 1. And up on the outside with the 242, the LDC Construction sponsored Jimmy King way up on the outside in lane number 4 as we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. Paul Barber will lead him down here to turn number 1 from lane number 3. Everybody got to hold their lanes all the way through the apex of turn number 1. So Barber, he'll turn left first. He's your leader in the H52, the Legacy 1. Watch on the outside for Jimmy King, the 242, and a nice run for Tyler Cadats in the Citywide Presents Awesome Secret. So it's Barber, King, Cadats, McKenna. That's how they run down the backstretch here on lap number 1. We go 5 times around here in qualifier 3B for the H350s. Paul Barber is your leader with Jimmy King right there on his outside. We'll call it a 3-boat length advantage for Barber as he runs out in about lane number 2 off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 4 to go. Paul Barber is your leader, but here comes King on the outside in the LDC construction. The H242. Tyler Cadats running back in 3rd position and Eric McKenna in 4th. Through the apex of turn number 1, it's still Barber, your leader, with King right there on the outside. So Paul Barber in the H52. Here comes King. You can barely see the top of the 242 as he heads down the backstretch. He's hidden in the white water. 1 boat length separates first and second in a tight battle here in 3B. Barber leads with King right there, and here comes Jimmy King on the outside. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. Side-by-side dueling, 2 down, 3 to go, and King takes the lead. Jimmy King's your leader across start-finish line to complete lap number 2. Paul Barber falls back to 2nd position, but Barber will try to use that inside, that shorter way around the race course to his advantage. But King, he's able to keep up the horsepower on the outside as they go down the backstretch. We are halfway through Heat 3B here at H350 qualification. Jimmy King leads, but Paul Barber is right there powering back up on the inside as Paul Barber. Barber down into turn number 2, takes a short half a boat length advantage. Jimmy King right there on his outside. Jimmy hits a lot of rough water. He slides out to about lane number 5, and Barber will take that advantage and the lead across start finish line to complete lap number 3. So 3 down, 2 to go here in a dynamite duel in Heat 3B. Barber on the inside and King on the outside, battling out here for the lead. Eric McKenna's moved up to 3rd, and Tyler Cadats is back to 4th, but let's go back to the leaders as they come off the exit of 1, and King now takes the lead off the backstretch. King by 2 boat lengths over top of Paul Barber, 3.5 in, 1.5 to go. Here in a scintillating run in 3B in the H350 qualification. Jimmy King on the outside and Paul Barber on the inside. Tiptoeing through this tight turn number 2. They'll come off the exit of 2. They'll drag race to the white flag. King will take the advantage. 1 more lap to go here at Hydro 350 3B. King chime walks it across start finish line. Jimmy King, your leader, with Paul Barber running back in 2nd position. This 2 have been tied together from the get-go. Side-by-side dueling here in 3B. King on the outside and Barber on the inside. Off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 5 of 5. Now Jimmy King, we'll call it 3 boat lengths as they head down into turn number 2 for the 5th and final time. Paul Barber's going to really drive it hard down here into 2. Barber drives the 52 really hard down into 2, and then Jimmy King, he keeps up the horsepower up on the outside of King. Off the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag flies, your winner of 3B, the 242, and Jimmy King. 2nd place, we're going to Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1. What a great battle between those 2 for 5 laps. 3rd position will go to the 999, Eric McKenna and the Black Beast. And Tyler Cadats in the Citywide Presents Awesome Secret will come around and get 4th position in the 195. But it doesn't get much better than that. Jimmy King and Paul Barber putting it on the show for you for all 5 laps. Great run for Jimmy to pick up the 25 points, and that should put him in lane 1. We'll have to wait and see as it all shakes out here in the next 2 qualification heats. But Jimmy King, your winner in the LDC construction in Heat 3B. Up next, Heat 3C, so 2 more qualifications of H350s, and then we'll go Grand Prix Hydro racing for their 3rd and final qualifications of the weekend, Heats 3A and 3B for Grand Prix. So 2 more heats of 350, then we'll go Grand Prix racing. Stick around for Heat 3C coming up next. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 3C for the Hydro 350s. They make their way out of the pit area. First boat out, Carl St. Vincent in the H37. The Bull Shark racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The 666 Carpentech, Danny Leger. The H4, Eric Allard in the Big Decision. And the final boat, Mark Lecoq in the 104 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Yesterday, Mark Lecoq and Tommy Shannon had a great battle in Heat 2D with Mark taking the victory. The 37 of Carl St. Vincent has been very impressive here in 2024. He had a victory in 1C. He got a second place in 2D yesterday. So he's one of those boats that is tied coming into today's qualification heats with 46 points. So Carl's going to try to duplicate what Jimmy King just did and get a victory here today, because if he does, he'll put himself on the front line for that final later on this afternoon. Remember, the top 6 will make it directly into the final. The other boats, 7 and 8, will have to go through the consolation heat later on today. So once we get through all the qualifications, we have 2 more, including this one, H350 qualifiers, then our Grand Prix qualifiers, and then we'll move directly into the consolation heats. We'll have one consolation in Formula 2500 and 2 consolations in H350, and then we'll move directly into our finals. So once we get through these preliminary heats, we got 4 more preliminary heats, and then we'll get to the consolation of the finals. We'll be getting into the second half of our program here on day number 2. Thank you everybody for coming out. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. We're 2 minutes and 43 seconds to the start of the race. The race does not start until that 5-minute warm-up period is completed. Try to say that throughout the weekend as fans show up along the shoreline and tune into our YouTube page, because it's not like dirt track racing or things like that where you go out and they drop the green flag and the race starts. These guys come out on the race course, they run a 5-minute warm-up period. Towards the end of that 5-minute warm-up period, with approximately 45 seconds to go, you'll see them starting to gather up down into turn number 1. Lanes already predetermined, assigned lanes based off of your results from yesterday. So the top qualifiers coming out of yesterday will be on the outside here in the heat races for 3A. And then they'll come around turn 2 down to start-finish line, and the ultimate goal is to hit the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. You want to be on the left-hand side of that start-finish line prior to the clock hitting 0. If you jump the start and end up on the right-hand side, you'll be assessed a 1-minute penalty, and you'll be docked points. The most points you can earn if you do jump the start is 8 compared to 25 for the victor. 127 to the start, 127 away. Everybody trying to accrue the most points they can through the qualification heats to try to make it directly into that final so they don't have to battle it out in the consolations. We've got 17 and 350s here this weekend. Only 6 are guaranteed a spot in the final. Right now, Jimmy King has locked up a spot in the final. He's the only one that I am for certain at this point will be in. 55 seconds from the start. As they get up on through the backstretch here, we will get them lined up for you here for Heat 3C. Eric Allard in the H4 in the Big Decision. He'll be in lane number 1. He's the blue boat with the yellow flames on it. The yellow boat with the black flames, the 666 Carpentech of Danny Leger, he'll be in lane number 2. The all blue boat with the white sponsons, the Unique Racing 104 of Mark Lecomte will be in lane number 3. And far up on the outside, the red, black, and silver, Bull Shark Racing, Carl St. Vincent in the H37 will be on the outside of lane 4. As we come down to start-finish line, we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, beautiful start for Danny Leger. Leger with a great start leads him across start-finish line. Now Leger will have to hold his line, lane number 2. He can't come over until he hits the exit pit of turn number 1. So Danny will hold his lane all the way through the arc of turn 1. Now he'll come off the exit pit of turn number 1 with a comfortable rooster tail advantage. What a great start for Danny Leger. Leger will lead him down the backstretch over Mark Lecomte. Watch for Carl St. Vincent. St. Vincent stuck in the white water, running back in 3rd with Eric Allard in 4th. Through the apex of turn number 2, a rooster tail to have advantage. That's how important that start is. You saw Danny Leger was right on it. Everybody else was about a second late, and Leger opens it up here on lap number 2. We'll call it 2 rooster tails for Danny Leger as they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Martin Lecomte runs back in 3rd. Second. Carl St. Vincent in 3rd, and Eric Allard in 4th. Off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpenter. He leads down the backstretch. 2 full rooster tail advantage. Over top of the veteran driver, Mark Lecomte in the 104, running in 2nd. Carl St. Vincent, the Bull Shark Racing in 3rd, and Eric Allard in 4th. Through the bottom of the race course through turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. And dynamite start for Danny Leger. Puts him in prime real estate here as he completes lap number 2. 2 down and 3 to go here in Heat 3C, and Danny Leger leads it. Martin Lecomte runs in 2nd. Carl St. Vincent in 3rd, Eric Allard in 4th. As they go through turn number 1 here on lap number 3, we are halfway through Heat 3C, and Danny Leger has opened it up by 3 full rooster tails now. What a great run for this 666 team as they head down into turn number 2. Danny can kind of take it nice and easy on the next couple laps. He wants to make sure he finishes this qualifier. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 3. 3 down and 2 to go for the 666 Carpentech team. Leger leads. Lecomte in 2nd. St. Vincent in 3rd, and Allard in 4th. As they go through turn number 1 here on lap number 4. Danny Leger off the exit of turn number 1 opens it up by 3 full rooster tails right now. Almost half a straightaway on top of Martin Lecomte. So 3.5 in and 1.5 to go here in Heat 3C as Danny Leger leads them down into turn number 2. The 666 Carpentech team out of Valleyfield, Quebec will come off the exit of turn number 2. He'll look for the white flag this time by, signifying 1 more lap around. So 4 down and 1 to go for Danny Leger and the Carpentech team. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2 is Lecomte in 2nd position. 3rd is still Carl St. Vincent, and 4th is Eric Allard. Everybody pretty evenly spread out here on lap number 5. Leger comes off the exit of turn number 1. Nice comfortable advantage. I know his spotter right behind me is telling him to take it nice and easy as he goes down the backstretch to complete half a lap and pick up the 25 points. Leger needed each and every one of these points as he was 11th coming into the 3rd round of qualifications. We'll see how it all shakes out, but off the exit of turn number 2. What a victory here for this team. The 666, Danny Leger and the Carpentech, your unofficial winners of Heat 3C. 2nd place will go to the 104 and Mark Lecomte to the UNET Racing. Also out of Valleyfield, Carl St. Vincent and the Bull Shark Racing will come around and get 3rd. And Eric Allard will round out the field. And the H4, the big decision, in 4th position. But congratulations to Danny Leger and that 666 team. Man, what a run for that boat here in Heat 3C. That's one of the better races I've seen from Danny here in 2024. Great run for him and that Carpentech team. They'll take the 25 points, and we'll see where that shakes him out. He came into today with 36. So that'll put him up a little bit, and we'll see if that propels him directly into the final or not. But great run for that team here, picking up the victory in 3C. Up next, Heat 3D, the final qualification of the weekend for the H350s. Heat 3D coming up next. For our fans listening live on our YouTube page around the world, we are 1 heat away from Grand Prix Hydro Qualifier 3A. Up next will be Heat 3D for H350. That'll be followed up by first heat of the day for the Grand Prix Hydros, Heat 3A and 3B. We can set it up for you, for our fans listening live on YouTube around the world. If you did not get to tuned in yesterday, our 3A will consist of Eric Langevin in the 212, Jack Lupton in the 33, and Ken Lupton in the 577. So the New Zealanders will be out in 3A, and in 3B will be Kent Henderson, Ken Brody, and Bobby Kennedy. So that's how they line up for heats 3A and 3B. Coming up in approximately 15 minutes from now, we'll have the final qualification heats of 3D for the H350s, and then we'll go racing with the first heats of the day for the Grand Prix Hydros qualifier 3A and 3B. If you are listening live and watching in on our live stream, please let us know how we're doing. We take all that, suggestions, commentary from you guys, and we assess how we're doing here on our end. We're a little bit short-staffed this weekend, obviously. With JP and Steven are here. We're using the drone guys that are doing the turn judging stuff. We're trying to tap into their drones, so a little bit short-staffed this weekend. We got obviously Joan down doing the interviews in the pit area, and obviously the interviews for the finals will be done, and then we're going to post them to our Hydroplane Racing League Facebook page. They won't be done immediately after because of where we're located compared to the pit area. So once we get through the finals and we do our winter interviews, you'll have to check that out on the HRL Facebook page a little bit later on. But if you are tuning in from around the world, we appreciate it. Please like and subscribe, and also leave us a comment. Tell us how we're doing. You can call me the worst announcer in the world. I don't care. But just let us know. Give us some feedback. We'd appreciate it. So one more heat of H350s, and then we will go with 3A and 3B for Grand Prix Hydro. We'll be coming out here shortly. So stick around. We'll be back 3D in just a minute. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our final qualification of the weekend for the H350s. Heat 3D will make their way out onto the race course. Should have 4 of them make the call for Heat 3D. And after this heat, we will have the final set. The top 6 boats will make it directly in. Then we'll have the 2 consolation heats, Consi 1 and Consi 2, to determine the other 2 boats to make it in to the final later on this afternoon. 4:20 from the start. Once everybody gets out of the pit area and onto the race course, we'll introduce you to the drivers here in this very competitive field for Heat 3D. The H350s run 350 cubic inch motors. They run speeds approximately 115 to 120 miles an hour. Very competitive racing up and down the car. We had 17 H350s show up here this weekend. So we had 4 qualification heats of 350s. And we will have an 8-boat final, which you won't want to miss. The H350 final a little bit later on today. Everybody right now is vying out to get that top 6 so they don't have to go through the consolation. First boat coming across start finish line, that's the 113 of Louis Boudet out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, Canada. He's followed up by Richard Haydu in the H2. The Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. Tommy Shannon is coming through turn number 2 right now in the 306, the Dog Nasty. He's out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada in the 306. Yep, appreciate it. Thank you. And the final boat is Mikel Tremblay in the H8, the last minute again. He drives for the Vilhauer family out of Ogdensburg, New York. Tremblay comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec. So all 4 boats have made the call here for H350 qualifier 3D. We are 2:45 away from the start. 2:45 away. Once again, if you're just joining us here on the banks of the Niagara River. Thank you for coming out today. Beautiful day for powerboat racing here on the Niagara River. We had a great day yesterday. We got every single heat run we needed to yesterday. The water conditions were superb. A little bit more chop on the river today, but ideal racing conditions here at Thunder on the Niagara. Doesn't get much better than this racing here in North Tonawanda. If you're just coming out, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. We're about 2 minutes and 7 seconds away from the start of the race. The boats come out onto the race course. They'll warm up for 5 minutes, do a few timing runs. The ultimate goal is to be here at start-finish line when the clock hits 0. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good, thank you. Once again, don't forget, pick up your 50/50 tickets from Region 3 Rescue. They are under a green tent closer down to the pit area, and they're also walking around selling 50/50 raffle tickets. Don't forget to pick up your chance to win some money before you head out of here today. Yesterday's winner got approximately $400, so $400 better than no dollars. Go ahead and pick yourself up a 50/50 raffle ticket. Support Region 3 Rescue. We obviously couldn't do the race without the efforts of the Region 3 Rescue team. We really do appreciate them. Those guys and gals are on the water all day long, sitting out there and are prepared in case we need them. 1 minute to the start. 1 minute to the start of heat 3D, our final H350 consolation of the weekend. Our qualification of the weekend, excuse me, before we move into the consolation heats. In lane 1 here in 3D will be Richard Haydo in the H2, the Novo Racing. Richard's got a fast boat. He had a penalty yesterday that really destroyed his shot of making it directly to the final. He'll be in lane 1 here for 3D. Lane 2 will be Louis Boudin in the 113, another one. The all-white boat. Lane number 3 will be Tommy Shannon in the 306, the Dog Nasty, and up on the outside will be the H8, the last minute again, and Mikel Tremblay from lane number 4. 20 seconds to the start of heat 3D, H350, the final qualification of the weekend for these guys. They'll come through the apex of turn number 2, and we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a great start for Tommy Shannon. Shannon will lead him across start-finish line down into turn number 1 from lane number 3. He's got to hold lane number 3 as he goes through the apex of turn 1. So Shannon leads him through the apex of 1. Tommy Shannon, the 306, the Dog Nasty. He'll come off the exit of turn number 1. He's opened up already by a Rooster Tail as they head down the backstretch. Half a lap in, the 306, and Tommy Shannon's your leader with Mikel Tremblay on his outside, running in second. Richard Haydo and through it, and Louis Boudin back and forth down into turn number 2 here on lap number 2, or lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around here at H350 qualifier 3D, and Tommy Shannon, he'll come off the exit pin to complete lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go here in 3D, and Tommy Shannon with a dynamite start is your leader across start-finish line. Mikel Tremblay runs back in second in the H8, the last minute again. Third is Richard Haydo in the H2, the Novo Racing. And fourth is Louis Boudin in the 113, another one. So pretty evenly spread out here on lap number 2 of 5 in the H350 qualifier 3D, and Tommy Shannon leads them down the backstretch. We're 1.5 in and 3.5 to go. And this Dog Nasty team has woken up here on the Sunday edition of the Thunder on the Niagara. That boat running really well as he heads down into turn number 2. Tommy hit a roller that time through the apex of 2. He'll come off the exit pit and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down and 3 to go. And the Dog Nasty and Tommy Shannon, the 306, Giant walks it across start-finish line. Mikel Tremblay runs the H8 last minute again, back in second position. Third is Richard Haydo, and fourth is Louis Boudin. So about a 2.5, 3 Rooster Tail advantage for Tommy Shannon and the 306 Dog Nasty as he heads down the backstretch. Halfway through qualifier 3D, and it's Tommy Shannon, your leader out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Over top of Mikel Tremblay, running back in second in the H8, last minute again. So through turn number 2 here on lap number 3, Tommy Shannon with a dynamite start. Opened it up by a full second on everybody else. As he came across start-finish line, he'll lead lap number 3. So 3 down, 2 to go, and Shannon is your leader. Second place is the H8, the last minute again of Mikel Tremblay. Third position, Louis Bedane has moved up into third over top of Richard Haydo. Haydo's having some mechanical problems in that H2. He's fallen back to fourth. And down the backstretch here on lap number 4, Tommy Shannon opened it up by half a straightaway on the rest of the field. They'll be looking for the white flag this time by here in heat 3D. So off the exit of 2, Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, gets the white flag. So one more circuit around, and he'll get the 25 points, a much needed 25 points, as he heads down into turn number 1. Mikel Tremblay sitting back in second. He's going to be okay with this second place finish. This should propel him to the top 6 later on this afternoon and make it directly into that final. He's not going to have to fight through that consolation if he gets a second place finish here. Louis Bedane comes across in third. Richard Haydo just going to try to finish it out back here in fourth position and pick up the fourth place points. But your leader through the apex of turn number 2, Tommy Shannon, the H306, the Dog Nasty. He walked on him here in 3D. Your winner, Tommy Shannon in the 306. Second place, we're going to Mikel Tremblay in the H8, the last minute again. That's a great finish for that team because that will put them, if my calculations are correct, that will put him right on the front line, the top 6 in the final later on this afternoon. Louis Bedane will come around and get a third place finish in the 113, another one. And we'll see if Richard Haydo can lift the H2, the Novo Racing, through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and pick fourth place points in that H2. Tough weekend for Richard. He had a DMZ violation yesterday. All you can see, the front wing of that boat is broke. If you saw the front wing of that boat as Richard came down to start finish line, that thing was flapping all around. So a mechanical failure on that front wing made it pretty much impossible for Richard to drive that boat hard here in the rough waters of the Niagara River. All right, if you look to the left, the cranes are lowering in our Grand Prix hydros for heat 3A and 3B. Their final qualification heats will be coming up next. 3A, 3B for Grand Prix hydro coming up for you next here on the waters at Thunder on the Niagara. Don't forget, pick up your raffle tickets. Support Region 3 Rescue. If you head down towards the pit gate, you'll see a green tent. They're selling raffle tickets there. They're also walking around with a bucket to sell raffle tickets, 50-50 drawing. They also are down there with the beer wagon. So support Region 3 Rescue. Don't forget to support all our vendors up and down the shoreline here at Gratwick Park. We appreciate you coming out today. It's a great day for boat racing here at Thunder on the Niagara. So I really do appreciate y'all coming out. I hope you're enjoying the show. We're getting ready to step it up to the biggest and baddest inboard hydroplanes on the planet. They'll be coming up next for heats 3A and 3B for the Grand Prix qualifications. Their final qualifiers, and we will have a 6-boat Grand Prix final for you later on this afternoon. So coming up next, heat 3A Grand Prix Hydro. For our friends listening back home, we appreciate you tuning in today. Tell your friends and family GPs are next. So our friends listening live and watching live all the way in New Zealand, we appreciate you as well. I know we got friends out west in Seattle listening in and live streaming us here. But we should be in just a few. We just saw Kenny Lupton's boat get lowered into the water, so once he gets strapped in, we should be ready to go for our first qualifier of the day, heats 3A and 3B for Grand Prix Hydros coming up next. Stick around, we'll be right back. in the countdown. And there's the 5-minute mark. Heat 3A. Grand Prix Hydros should be making their way out on the race course. 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They run on methanol, speeds upwards of 150 miles an hour. They put out between 1,200 and 1,300 horsepower for each and every one of them. Should have 3 of them make the call here for 3A. First boat out of the pit area would be the 212, DeSilco Racing, out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Eric Langevin. Eric back behind the wheel of a GP Hydro this year. He took a couple years off. Yannick Leger campaigned this boat last season. Eric, the full-time pilot here in 2024. The next 2 boats out, both out of Waverley, New Zealand. The brothers, the first, the 577, Ken Lupton in the Miss Lucas Oil. He's followed by his brother Jack Lupton in the 33, the Lupton Motorsports, also out of Waverley, New Zealand. All 3 have made the call for Heat 3A. We are 3:45 to the start. 3:45 away for the start of Heat 3A. Once again, if you're just coming out, the race does not begin until the end of this 5-minute warm-up period. The boats will come out, and the GP's definitely got to come out. They'll do 1 slow lap to get the temps up, the oil temperatures up inside the motor compartment of these boats. And then they'll pick a buoy somewhere on the turn number 2. And they'll time themselves from that buoy down to start-finish line to get what we call a timing run. And they know that they need to be right there when they come back around to get ready to take the start. So in inboard hydroplane racing, it's all about timing. Who can hit the start-finish line when the clock hits right at 0 will have an advantage. As you saw in the prior 2 qualifiers in the H350 class, 2 guys are right on it. And they led from start to finish. Danny Leger and Tommy Shannon both did the exact same thing in 3C and 3D. We'll see how our Grand Prix Hydro drivers do here in 3A. 2:30 from the start, 2:30 away. As we said, coming into today's action, Ken Lupton sat at the top of the leaderboard with 71 points. Bobby Kennedy was second, Jack Lupton third, Ken Brody sat in fourth, Eric Langevin, and then the 71 of Ken Henderson. You can see Jack coming by on a timing run right now. And the reason we go over the points throughout the day is because this is the final opportunity for these guys to accumulate points for that 6-boat final later on today. And the goal is to get as many points as you can headed into that final, because the more points you have, the better lane assignment you will receive for the final. So even though all 6 will be in, they're still fighting to get that inside lane later on this afternoon. Right now it's Ken Lupton and Bobby Kennedy tied at the top with 71 points apiece. So those guys will be duking it out here in the final set of qualification heats to try to get that inside lane later on this afternoon. I want to thank everybody here for coming out. Thunder on the Niagara, day number 2. Also want to thank all our friends watching live on YouTube around the world. Our friends in New Zealand that are tuning in. Your 2 boys are on the race course right now with a minute to go for the start of Heat 3A here in the Grand Prix Hydroplane Series. We are 45 seconds from the start. We will get them lined up for you in lane number 1. Will be the 212, the Silco Racing. Eric Langevin, he comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. He drives the 212. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Jack Lupton in the 33, the Lupton Motorsports. He comes to us from Waverley, New Zealand. He'll be in the middle in lane number 2. And on the outside, the white and black vessel, the Miss Lucas Oil of Ken Lupton, also out of Waverley, New Zealand. He will be in lane number 3. Langevin, Lupton, inside out as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a great start for Longevin and Lupton, as Jack Lupton will lead him down here to turn number 1. Lupton will have to hold his lane all the way through the arc of turn number 1. We only go 4 times around here in GP qualifier 3A, and it's Jack Lupton off the exit of turn number 1. Lupton leads with Longevin on the inside and Kenny Lupton on the outside. 3 boats within a recent tail of each other as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. Jack Lupton leads. Ken Lupton is second. Longevin is third. They head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 1 of 4, and Jack Lupton from lane number 2 will come around off the exit pit and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 3 to go here in GP qualifier 3A. Jack Lupton is your leader with Ken Lupton on the outside running back in second. Eric Longevin running on that inside and shorter way around has third position as they head down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Jack Lupton leads, but here comes Kenny on the outside. We'll call it 3 boat lengths as they come off the exit of 1. Jack Lupton leads, but here comes Ken Lupton on the outside. And Ken Lupton will take over the lead as they go down the backstretch. Ken Lupton into 577, missed Lucas Oil by 2 boat lengths as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 2. Jack Lupton through the apex of turn 2 has that inside and shorter way around, but Ken Lupton's able to keep up the horsepower on the outside, and he'll explode off of turn number 2. To complete lap number 2, 2 down, 2 to go here in GP3A. Kenny Lupton is your leader. Jack Lupton back to second, and Eric Longevin back to third. As they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Now Ken Lupton by a rooster tail. Jack Lupton might be having some mechanical issues running back in second, and he's off the pace. 2.5 in and 1.5 to go. And Kenny Lupton in the 577. The Lucas Oil, he's your leader down into turn number 2 on lap number 3 of 4. He'll come to the apex of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the white flag. This time by 1 more lap to go for Ken Lupton. He was a little bit tardy at the start, but it didn't seem to matter as he's got the horsepower and he comes across start finish line to complete lap number 3. Jack Lupton runs back in second. He's going to try to hold on to second as Eric Longevin makes the chase for him in third. 3/4 of a lap away as they go down the backstretch for the 4th and final time here in GP qualifier 3A. And Ken Lupton is proven superior here in 3A as he heads down into turn number 2. The 577, the Miss Lucas Oil will come through the apex of turn number 2 with the come through advantage. She'll come off the exit of 2. He'll come out to about lane number 4. And your unofficial winner of Heat 3A, Kenny Lupton. Jack Lupton will come around. He'll get second place points in the 33, the Lupton Motorsports. And Eric Longevin will come across in third position in the 212, the Seal Coat Racing. Ken Lupton did his part. He'll take the 25 points and puts himself in first position for the final later on today. Now Bobby Kennedy's going to have to answer. If Bobby can answer, then it'll go to time to determine who will have that inside lane. They came into the day 71 points apiece, add 25 to that for Ken. So Ken currently sitting in first in the GP standings here this weekend. Bobby Kennedy will come out with the 35 in the next qualification. He'll have to match him and go a little bit faster in order to try to take away that inside lane. Up next, Heat 3B. Okay, Grand Prix Heat 3B. 5-minute gun has sanded. They'll be making their way out of the pit area. We should have 3 of them make the call here for 3B. So boats making their way out. Once they go around and get warmed up one time, we'll introduce them to you. Grand Prix Hydro's out of the water for their final qualification heat of the weekend, Heat 3B. After this race is over, we'll be able to tabulate the standings and determine how they'll line up for that 6-boat final later on this afternoon. And we're going to go 6 wide in that 6-boat final. So that'll be awesome to stick around for. That final will go at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon. 3 minutes, 50 seconds from the start of Heat 3B. The first boat down into turn number 2. Coming through the apex right now will be Bobby Kennedy driving the TKO Racing 35 TM Special, sponsored by River City Printing. In the GP 35, Bobby takes the wheel this weekend. Brandon Kennedy is on vacation. His cousin Bobby behind the wheel of the boat here at Thunder in the Niagara. The 71, the boat on the inside, driven this weekend by Kent Henderson out of Brookville, Ontario. The boat is the Wild One, sponsored by Liberty in a Can. And the final boat coming across our finish line, the GP 50, the Freedom, driven by Ken Brody, the local driver from right here in Grand Island, New York, at his hometown race. The GP 50 had a stellar day yesterday, picked up a heat victory in Heat 2A yesterday and a second place in 1A. That puts the 50 right in prime position to have a good spot for the final later on this afternoon. 2:45 from the start. Bobby Kennedy coming by on a time and run down here to start finish line. As we've said all weekend long, the time is the name of the game. Here at Inboard Powerboat Racing, you want to hit this start finish line when the clock hits 0. Here comes Kent Henderson in the 71. Kent driving this weekend for Andrew Tate. Andrew's out in Seattle, driving the U91 Goodman Real Estate at Seattle Seafair. Andrew Tate, the normal driver of the 71. Kent Henderson, the backup driver behind the wheel here this weekend. Just under 2 minutes to the start of 3B. 2 minutes away. As the boats are out of the water, Bobby's going to do another time run, it looks like, down here to start finish line. So the reason they do that is they try to determine the best spot on the race course to be and how many seconds it takes them to get from point A to point B, so they can line themselves up in prime spot for that start finish line, strike it out at 0. 1:30 from the start, 1:30 away. You also saw Kent Henderson there. He cut the race course the last time around. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from back to front and in between start finish and the entrance of turn number 1. So now Kent looks like he's going to go all the way down. So we're not fighting for lanes or anything here in HRL, but it's still all about the timing. Your best spot to be when you get your assigned lane. Lane assignments based off of your results from yesterday. So the faster boats with the better results yesterday will be on the outside. As you saw, Ken Lupton started in lane 3 in Heat 3A and had to drive around the field. And he did just that. Bobby Kennedy's going to have to do the same thing here in 3B. He's got to try to match Ken Lupton and see if he can get a better time. Just try to get that lane number 1. We are 35 seconds from the start. Lane number 1 will be Kent Henderson in the 71. The Wild One, sponsored by Liberty in a Can. Lane number 2 will be Ken Brody in the 50, the Freedom. And on the outside will be Bobby Kennedy in the 35, the TKO Racing TM Special, sponsored by River City Printing, as we're 14 seconds away from Heat 3B. We are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, Kent Henderson with a dynamite start in the 71. He hit it right as the clock struck 0. All 3 fly down here to turn number 1, and Henderson, he'll turn left first. The GP71, the Wild One, he is your leader through the apex of 1. Looks like Brody got a little bit wet, but Kennedy's on the outside. Henderson leads with Bobby Kennedy running in second down the backstretch. The 71 Wild One has woken up here in 3B. Kent Henderson down into turn number 2. The 71, sponsored by Liberty in a Can, brings it through the apex of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. Henderson slides out just a little bit, but Kennedy's right there. Kent Henderson on the inside and Bobby Kennedy on the outside. Wow, Henderson's time flunks it across start finish line. 1 down and 3 to go here in a dynamite duel in Heat 3A with Kent Henderson on the inside and Bobby Kennedy on the outside. Henderson in the 71, the Wild One. He'll turn left first. He's got the lead, but Bobby Kennedy in the 35. He's right there on the outside. Down the backstretch they go. They are side by side for the lead. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the stellar GP3B. Down in the turn number 2 on lap number 2. Kent Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. He leads over top of Bobby Kennedy, but Kennedy is still right there. They'll come off the exit of 2 to come around a complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go. Henderson leads. Kennedy's right there on his outside. They're side by side for the lead here in 3B. Henderson on the inside. On the outside is Bobby Kennedy. They're still side by side, deck to deck, dueling off the exit of turn number 1. Now Bobby Kennedy takes the advantage off the exit of 1. He opens it up by both legs, but Henderson's going to fight back on the inside. Kent Henderson and Bobby Kennedy side by side battle. A dynamite duel here in 3B. Through the apex of turn number 2. Wow, it got really tight that time, and Henderson will come off the exit with about a 2 boat length advantage. 3 down, 1 to go. White flag being displayed. Kent Henderson is your leader, but Bobby Kennedy is still right there on the outside. The 2 backup drivers are side by side dueling here for 4 laps. Through the apex of turn number 1 on the 4th and final. Now Kennedy ticks his nose out in front. Kennedy off the exit of 1. He'll come off the exit of 1 with about a 2. Now 3 boat length advantage down the backstretch on lap number 4. Half a lap away here at GP3B, and Bobby Kennedy extends it down into turn number 2. They are tiptoeing it through this tight turn number 2 here at the Niagara River. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves. The 35, Bobby Kennedy. What a drive from lane number 3. He'll take the victory here in 3B. Kent Henderson will have to settle for second. In the 71, the Wild One. And Ken Brody will come around and get 3rd place points in the 50. The Freedom. A dynamite battle. Doesn't get much better than that in Grand Prix Hydroplane racing, as these 2 guys put on a heck of a show there in 3B with Bobby Kennedy getting the victory. And now we turn to the time. We turn to the time and see, as Ken and Bobby are both tied at the top. We'll have to wait and see if there's any calls, but unofficially, your winner, Bobby Kennedy in the 35, the TKO Racing TKO Racing River City Printing. We'll come back with the official results in just a second and get set up and ready for our first consolation heats of the day. They'll be coming up here in just a few. For our fans here listening and tuning in on our live stream, haven't gotten an official update yet from the results for 3B, but as soon as we do, we will let you know. There's some questions about turn 1, where Ken Brody got washed down. So they are checking that out with the drone footage, and as soon as we get that information, we will pass that on to you. But I believe the two winners of both heats are fine. We are in currently a 15-minute break. We are allowing the rescue team to come in and get some lunch, but it'll be 15 minutes, and that's all. And we'll send them back out because we want to get the show on the road. Approximate start time for our finals is 2:45, 4 o'clock for the Grand Prix final, 6-boat Grand Prix final. That will be our final heat of the day. That's approximately scheduled to go at 4 p.m. Eastern local time here in North Tonawanda. Thank you all for tuning in all around the world, wherever you may be watching from. Please like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family, tune in to our HRL YouTube page, like and subscribe as well. That'll help us out. No charge. There is no charge. I know everybody out there was asking me if they had to pay to subscribe. No, it's free. That just gets our subscribers up and helps us out to continue to put these events on the live stream all around. We were really unsure if we were going to be able to live stream here in Tonawanda, so let us know how it's going. We're on a little bit weaker Wi-Fi signal here. If you've ever been to North Tonawanda, it's basically just a park along the side of the river. So we had to figure out how we were going to do that. We did that there at the last minute, and we're good to go. So hopefully everything's going well on the live stream end. Leave Steven a note, let him know how things are. Here comes our head referee. I'll see if I can get any information from him. And once I do, I will pass it along to the fans here on the shoreline and our fans back at home. So stick around. All right, so we just did get word from our head officials that both heats were legal, all good. So the finishing positions you saw on the water are the official results. So in heat 3B there, the 35 was first, the 71 second, and the 50 ended up third. So once we tabulate all those points, we will have the finals lined up and ready to go. That 6-boat Grand Prix final scheduled to go approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon. You don't want to miss that one. It's been pretty good with 3 out on the water. It'll be awesome when we get all 6 out there, so make sure you stick around for that. And also we'll have 8 boat finals, the 2.5 liter stocks, Formula 2500s, and H350s. So a lot of competitive racing for you left to go today. Right now, we are inside our 15-minute break for our rescue crew. They are already in at the dock area, getting their lunches and getting ready to head back out onto the race course. So it should be within the next 10 minutes that we are back to racing. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few with our first consolation heats of the day, Formula 2500 consolation. Stick around. All right, for our friends listening live and tuning in on our live stream on our HRL YouTube page, thanks for sticking with us. Our boats are being lowered into the water for the first consolation heat of the day. The Formula 2500 consolation heat. Boats are being lowered in. Drivers get strapped in for that. After the first of the Formula 2500 consolation, then we'll have two H350 consolations, followed by our vintage demonstration, and then we'll get into our finals. 8 boat, 2.5 liter stock final, 8 boat Formula 2500 final. We're going to go with a 7 boat. I misspoke. I thought we were going 8, but we're going to go 7. Excuse me, 7 boat H350 final. And then a 6 boat Grand Prix final. All 6 will be in the final later on this afternoon. 4 o'clock approximate start time for the Grand Prix final. 4 o'clock here in the east. 1 o'clock out west for our friends watching out in Seattle. Thank you all for tuning in between H1 Unlimited races. Our friends Andrew Tate and Bobby King are out there competing in the Seattle Seafair and the U91 and the U12 respectfully. Good luck to those boys as they're out there competing on the H1 Unlimited circuit. And we thank all our fans out in Seattle for tuning in, watching the boat racing here on the East Coast. We're at Thunder on the Niagara, day number 2 of 2. It's a beautiful, beautiful. We had some rain yesterday, which made the conditions here on shore a little bit miserable, but I mean, the racing on the water was excellent. Today it's a little bit more of a chop. The sun is out. It's bright. It's hot. There's a little bit of wind, but it's nothing unbearable that we can't compete with here. As the wind has started to shift, it was blowing directly out of the west when we started today. Right now, it's absolutely blowing right down the front stretch. So it's in a bad position, but these guys are just going to have to drive with their head here as we get ready to go into the final later on this afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're on our YouTube page, once again, please like, subscribe, share our YouTube page with your friends. On your Facebook page, if you can share it, maybe somebody else will tune in. Everybody that we can get tuning in, we appreciate it. Up next, first consolation of the day. Formula 2500 consolation will have 5 boats to make the call. Remember, in our consolation heats, we only go 4 times around, so 4 laps in the consolations. We've got 3 of them set to go. Then we'll have the vintage come out. They'll do a display run, and then we'll get to our finals. So we're getting down to it. We're halfway through day number 2. So coming up next, consolation for the Formula 2500. I got all my spotters here. Got the judges on the judges stand. Just checking out the race course. We should be ready to go here in just a few minutes. So we'll be right back. That Formula 2500 consolation. Stick around. All right, our first consolation 5-minute gun has sounded for the day. This will be the Formula 2500 consolations making their way out onto the race course. As we said, in the consolations, you win it, you go to the final, you lose it, you go on the trailer for the weekend. Formula 2500s have 2300 cubic centimeter motors. Speed's right around 100 miles an hour. And these guys are gonna have to be really careful. This wind now blowing right down the front stretch. The spotters up here on the start finish line with me to relay that message to the drivers. That the wind is picked up just a little bit here on the Niagara River. We had 5 slated to go here in the Formula 2500 consolation. We'll see how many of them make it out. And here comes the 5th boat. So all 5 will make the call. As we said, winner moves on to the final later on this afternoon. Everybody else goes on the trailer for the weekend. First boat coming off of turn number 2 down here to the left of us is the 751 of Mark Lalonde in the Lolo Racing. He's followed by Stephanie Blaine in the 757 Canada Girl out of Valleyfield, Quebec. She's followed up by the 77 Guillaume Charette in the Charette Racing. Alex Duke comes off of turn number 2 in the 88 Fat Boy Racing. And the final boat on the backstretch, Tommy Shannon in the F4, the Valleyfield Auto Parts, as he heads down into turn number 2. We are 3 minutes from the start of the race. Once again, I'll go over the starting procedure for everybody that might be new to us here at Thunder on the Niagara. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats come out on the race course. They warm up, go around, do a couple laps, do a couple timing runs during this 5-minute warm-up. The ultimate goal is to be right here at the start-finish line where the 4 is going right across right now when that clock hits 0. You want to be just to the left of that start-finish line. If you jump the gun, as we like to say, if you cross start-finish line prior to the end of that 5-minute period, you will be assessed a 1-minute penalty, and basically you are throwing your race away. So we are 2 minutes and 18 seconds from the start of the race, 2:18 away. This is the Formula 2500 consolation. These boats did not finish in the top 7, so they're going to have to fight their way into the final. Kind of like your last chance qualifier if you follow dirt racing or anything like that. This is your last chance qualifier to make it into that final, or the feature race as we like to call it, later on this afternoon. We'll have an 8-boat Formula 2500 for you a little bit later on. 1:45 from the start, 1:45 away. We go 4 laps around in the consolations. In the normal qualification heats, it was 5 laps. Remember, in the consolations, we only go 4. So you have less time to try to make up ground on your competitors that are in front of you. 1:24 from the start, 1:24. Formula 2500 consolation. Once the boats get down here into turn 1, we'll get them lined up for you. Inside of a minute to go, inside of 1 minute to the start. Lane number 1 here for the Formula 2500 consolation will be Mark Lalonde. He's got a purple and white boat, the 751 Lolo Racing. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane number 2, the pink and white of Stephanie Blaine, the 757. She comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Lane number 3 will be the red boat of Tommy Shannon. He's got the fluorescent yellow number 4 on the cowling. Lane number 4 will be the green boat of Guillaume Charette. And on the outside will be Alex Ledoux in the 88, the Fat Boy Racing. We're 20 seconds from the start. 20 seconds away from the first consolation heat of the afternoon. Formula 2500 consolation. As we are now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, a nice start for Guillaume Charette. Guillaume will lead him across in the 77 as they head down here into turn number 1. Now he's out in lane number 4, so he's going to have to hold that lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. That's going to allow Mark Lalonde to move up on the inside. The 751 Lolo Racing. He'll be your leader off the exit of turn number 1. But right there on his outside is the 77 of Guillaume Charette. Tommy Shannon and Stephanie Blaine battling out for 3rd and 4th. But remember, the only thing that matters here in the consolation is the winner as they head down into turn number 2. The winner will move on to the final. The losers will be on the trailer. So Lalonde through the apex of turn number 2, tiptoeing it around tight turn number 2 here at the bottom end of the race course. So come off the exit of 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 3 to go here in the Formula 2500 Constellation. Nice battle for second, though, between Guillaume Charette on the outside and Tommy Shannon on the inside. Stephanie Blaine running in tight there, back in 4th position. You can see these boats really getting light as they go down the front stretch here, right into that headwind in the Formula 2500 Constellation. Lalonde through the apex of turn number 1. He's got about a 2 full rooster tail advantage over top of the 2nd position. Guillaume Charette, Tommy Shannon, and Stephanie Blaine. She's trying to move up on the inside. And these guys, if they run 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they'll still pick up points. And every point matters in the season-long point standing. So those guys are going to fight hard to try to move up into that 2nd place position. Martin Lalonde is your leader down into turn number 2. It's going to get tight with Stephanie moving up on the inside in the 757 as they come up the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 2. So 2 down, 2 to go here in Formula 2500 Constellation. And Mark Lalonde's your leader. Stephanie Blaine having a nice run back in 3rd right now. She moved up on the inside of Tommy Shannon and Guillaume Charette, trying to move up into 2nd. Stephanie, oh wow, Tommy getting really light in that F4 as they head down here to turn number 1. Tommy trying to run the tunnel there, but it's really difficult for him to move up in between Guillaume and Stephanie. So 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here in the Formula 2500 Constellation. And Martin Lalonde just taking it nice and easy down the backstretch. Stephanie Blaine moves up into 2nd position. Guillaume Charette back to 3rd. Nice job of driving by Stephanie there as she moves up into 2nd position here in the Constellation. So through the apex of turn number 2 to come around to get the white flag this time by. 3 down, 1 to go here in Formula 2500 Constellation. And Mark Lalonde looking to punch his ticket to the final later on this afternoon. 3 down, 1 to go. Stephanie Blaine moves up to the outside, out and about lane 3. Boat running really well here in the Constellation of Stephanie. She's been having some mechanical issues in that 757 all weekend long, but the boat running really nicely here in the Constellation. She can control the race because she's got more than a 4 boat length overlap on Guillaume Charette, so she can control where Guillaume has to go. And he's got to get outside of that white water line to try to make up ground as Guillaume falls back to 3rd. Half a lap away for Mark Lalonde in the 751 as he brings the Lolo Racing down here into turn number 2 for the 4th and final time here in the Formula 2500. Oh, Guillaume has lost power. Charette's lost power on the backstretch. The 77 is broken down once again, but off the exit of turn number 2, final turn, final lap for the 751. And Mark Lalonde, he'll punch his ticket to the final later on this afternoon. Your winner of the Formula 2500 Constellation. 2nd place, great run for Stephanie Blaine. She'll come around and get 2nd place points here in the F Constellation. 3rd will go to Tommy Shannon. Guillaume's got, looks like the 77 might have a fire on the 77. Saw a big puff of smoke come off for that 77. We'll get our rescue boat over to him as fast as we can. You see Guillaume on the backstretch. And we'll get our rescue boat over to him as quick as we can. But I don't see any more smoke right now. Guillaume's on the back of the boat checking it out as well. But your winner of the Formula 2500 Constellation is Mark Lalonde, and he will move on to the final. So he'll be the 8th boat in the 8-boat final. So he'll move on to the 8-boat final, be in lane number 8. We'll get Guillaume Charette on a tow rope and get him towed back into the pit area. Get him off the race course, and we should be able to go with our H350 first Constellation, as I already see to the left of us at the cranes. 350 is being lowered into the water. So got word that Guillaume fire is out on the boat, so he just hopped up real quickly to make sure there wasn't any other, make sure he was out of the cockpit in case the boat did catch on more fire. But good news is the fire's been put out, and Guillaume will get on the tow rope, and we will put him back in. So our Formula 2500 final is set. It'll be Eddie Camfouche in lane number 1, Grant Liddycote in lane 2, John Shaw in lane 3. Sam Tremblay will be in 4. Grant Hearn will be in 5. Kevin Smith will be in lane 6. Mikael Tremblay will be in lane 7. And by winning the consolation, Mark Lalonde will be in lane number 8 for that 8-boat Formula 2500 final a little bit later on today. Coming up next, H350 consolation number 1. We'll run 2 consolations of H350. If you haven't been with us this weekend, we had 17 H350 show up here this weekend. The top 5 are automatically in the final. We're going to run a 7-boat final, so the winner of each consolation will take lane number 6 and lane number 7 for the H350 final. Our 350 final lineup right now has Jimmy King. He secured lane number 1. Mikael Tremblay, he'll be in lane number 2. Carl St. Vincent will be in 3. Paul Barber will be in 4. And Mark Lecomte will be in 5. And then we'll round out the field with the 2 winners of the 6-boat consolation heats coming up. We did, unfortunately, have a couple scratches. Patrick Hayworth in the 924 has scratched, and the 21 has also scratched, and I believe the 4 also scratched. So we did have some three boats out of the second consolation, unfortunately, scratched out. Not going to be able to go for the remainder of the day. But the winner of each of these next 2 consolations will put themselves in the final later on this afternoon. Once again, thanks for coming out. Make sure if you haven't done so already, go ahead and buy your 50/50 raffle tickets. They were walking around with a bucket early. It supports the Region 3 rescue crew. They are under the green tent as you get down towards the pit entrance. Buy your 50/50 raffles, and you can go home with some money before the end of the day. Make sure you do go ahead and purchase that. Also, visit all our vendors up and down the shoreline here on the Niagara River. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing for you here. We'll get Guillaume Charette towed off the race course, and as soon as the officials see that he's cleared and we get all 6 boats in for the H350 first consolation, we will go racing with that H350 consolation number 1 coming up for you next. Stick around, we'll be right back. The next race of the day. All right, our first H350 Constellation boats will be making their way out onto the race course. Once again, just like we saw in the prior heat, the winner will move on to the final and occupy lane number 6. And the losers will go on the trailer for the weekend, 4:20 from the start. We have 6 scheduled to go here in H350 Constellation number 1. I know there have been some attrition in the H350 class today, so we'll have to see which ones make it out here for the Constellation. But just like we saw in the Formula 2500, you win this Constellation heat, you move into the final. If you do not win, you go on the trailer for the remainder of the weekend. First boat going off of turn number 2, that's Eric McKenna in the 999. The Black Beast as he comes across start-finish line. Next boat coming by, the H2, Richard Haynu in the Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. The boat on the inside, Fred Coutier, he came into the weekend your points leader in that H14, the Legacy 1. He's followed by the 113 of Louis Boudin. Tyler Cadats, the yellow boat, Citywide presents Awesome Secret out of Brookville, Ontario. And the final boat, Tommy Shannon, the 306. The Dog Nasty Tommy was 6th place in points. Missed out on making it directly into the final based off of time. There was a tie from 3rd all the way down to 8th. There was a tie of 64 points, and then it goes to the fastest times between those 5 boats. And unfortunately for Tommy Shannon, he was number 6. So he's got to fight his way into the final. Really tight battle between the H350s all weekend long. When you got 17 of them here, every heat matters. So Tommy's going to be out there fighting to make it into that final later on this afternoon. Unfortunately, we've lost one of the big hitters. The 924, Patrick Hayworth, is out for the weekend. He's scratched out. He was unable to go earlier in the 3rd qualification round. And he's not going to make it out here for the Constellations or the final. He is scratched for the day. 140 to the start. Constellation number 1, 140 away. H350 Constellations. 350 cubic inch motors. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour. If you're just coming out, just a reminder, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. Race does not start to that clock on the start-finish line. Hit 0. We're 115 away from that, 115 away. You can see boats cutting the race course. Louis Boudin in the 113, another one cuts the race course, trying to get back on his timing marks. He was off a little bit, so he had to cut back around and fall back in line. 1 minute to the start. H350 Constellation number 1. We will get them lined up for you as they head down here to turn 1. 6 boats vying for 1 spot in the final later on today. Lane number 1 here in Constellation 1 will be Tommy Shannon. He's the all-green boat, the 306. The Dog Nasty, he'll be inside in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Fred Coutier in the 14, the Legacy 1. He's the blue and yellow boat. He'll be in lane 2. Lane 3, the green and black of Eric McKenna. The Black Beast, lane 4. The all-white boat of Louis Boudin. Lane 5, the yellow boat of Tyler Cadats. The 195 Citywide presents Awesome Secret. And on the outside, the blue and red checkerboard, Richard Haynu, the H2, the Novo Racing, as we're 13 seconds from the start. H350 Constellation number 1 as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, great start for Louis Boudin. He will lead him across the start-finish line in the H113, another one. Louis leads him down here to turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn 1. So watch the boats on the inside. They'll use that shorter way to their advantage through this tight turn number 1. And Tommy Shannon, the 306, the Dog Nasty, he'll lead them off the exit pit of turn number 1. But right there on his outside, he's got Frederick Coutier running right there with him in the 14, and so is Eric McKenna. 3 boats within a half a rooster tail of each other as they head down here to turn number 2. Tommy Shannon picks up the left sponson as they head down through this apex of turn 2. Shannon comes off of turn number 2. We'll call it a 4 to 5 boat length advantage. 1 down, 3 to go. Shannon's your leader. Eric McKenna running in second. Frederick Coutier in third. Tyler Cadats in fourth. As we head back to the leaders through turn number 1, Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, trying to hold off the 999 of Eric McKenna. McKenna is flying hard on the outside, trying to make up ground. Frederick Coutier back in third has gone to the buoy row. They'll come off the exit. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go. And Tommy Shannon leads by, we'll call it 4 boat lengths. Over top of Eric McKenna running back in second position. Shannon, he picked up a victory earlier in the third round of qualifications. He's trying to go back-to-back victories here and make it into that 7-boat final later on today. 2 down, 2 to go, as it's starting to get a little bit choppy here on the Niagara. McKenna still runs in second. Fred runs in third in the 14. Tyler Cadats runs in fourth. But through the bottom end of the race, top end of the race course, excuse me, it's still the 306 Dog Nasty. He's got about a 4 boat length advantage over top of Eric McKenna, running back in second. We'll stick with the leaders as we're 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here at H350 Constellation number 1. Shannon leads, McKenna second, Coutier third. They go through turn number 2. Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, trying to make it into that 7-boat final. He'll come off the exit of 2. He'll look for the white flag this time by. 1 more lap around. 3 down, 1 to go. Tommy Shannon leads. McKenna still running in second. Frederick Coutier still runs in third. And our last chance qualifier to make it directly into that final later on today. Shannon leads through the apex of turn number 1 here on the 4th and final lap. Does Eric McKenna have anything left for him? 3/4 of a lap away for Tommy Shannon to make it into that final as he heads down the backstretch here on lap number 404. Shannon is your leader down into turn number 2. On lap number 4, Eric McKenna might be running out of time as they come through the apex of turn number 2 here on the 4th and final lap. And Tommy Shannon, the 306, the Dog Nasty, he'll come off the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves, and Tommy Shannon will make it into the final later on today. Second place will go to Eric McKenna. Nice run for the 999. Third will go to Fred Coutier. Fourth, Citywide presents Awesome Secret and Tyler Cadats. Louis Boudin will end up in 5th, and unfortunately we lost the H2. And Richard Haydu somewhere on the race course. So we have to get the 2 on the hook. We'll get him in. So Tommy Shannon, he'll move into that 6th lane for the final later on today. Up next, 3rd and final Constellation Heat coming up. H350 Constellation number 2 will be out on the water next to determine the final boat in the final. They'll be coming up here in just a few minutes. Oh, there it is. Alrighty, here we go for the second and final consolation heat of the weekend. H350 consolation number 2. We should have 3 of them make the call. Unfortunately, here in this consolation, we have some scratches. The 924 Patrick Hayworth has scratched out. The 4 of Eric Allard has scratched. And the 21 Supernova of Mark Lalonde is also scratched out. Mark, they suffered a very large failure with the strut. The weld come loose from the strut, broke off the prop into the propeller, or I'm sorry, the prop into the rudder. So very big damage to the 21 sustained here this weekend. Unfortunately for those guys, they're going to have to get back to Valleyfield and get to work on that boat to get it ready for Beauharnois. Our final race of the 2024 campaign will be in Beauharnois, Quebec, Labor Day weekend here in the States, August 31st, September 1st. That's where the champions will be decided. And right now, it's a pretty tight race in all 4 classes. Boat on the inside, that's the 773 of Martin Rochon. The boat on the outside, that's the 519 of Kent Henderson. Danny Leger in the 666. If you were with us for that 3rd qualification heat earlier today, Heat 3C, Danny had a great run in 3C. He picked up the victory with a dynamite start. So 3 boats are vying for the final spot. Lane 7 in the final later on this afternoon. After our consolation heat is completed, we'll go with our vintage hydros. We've got a couple vintage guys here this weekend that are going to come out and put on a show.
We're doing the final walkthrough right now.
All right. Don't forget to pick up your 50/50s. The final walkthrough right now for the Region 3 Rescue 50/50 drawing is happening right now. Watch for the guys and gals with the buckets. Get your 50/50 tickets. Final walkthrough right now. And we will draw that prior to the end of the day to determine who picks up that 50/50 win. 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes away. H350 consolation number 2. Martin Rochon, Danny Leger, and Kent Henderson vying for that final spot in the final later on today. Once again, H350s, 350 cubic inch motors. They run upwards of 120 miles an hour. Very competitive class because everybody runs the same motor setup. The only differences are what kind of prop you choose to run, your skid fin angle, all the stuff to make the boat turn better and go down the straightaways a little bit faster. But you can't do anything to the motors compared to everybody else. So it's as stock as it gets here in 350 Consolation. Number 1. Danny Leger comes by, 112 from the start, 112 away. So as we said, after this H350 Constellation, we'll have our vintage boats come out, do a couple laps around, and then we'll be ready for the finals. We'll start with the 2.5 liter stock final, Formula 2500 final, H350 final, and then our Grand Prix final will round out the day. 45 seconds to the start. Constellation number 2. Martin Rochon in the 773. Team RTX will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpet Tech. Lane number 3 will be Kent Henderson, the Team Tow Band, the bank on it, the 519. That's how they'll line up. Rochon, Leger, Henderson, inside out. 23 seconds to the start. Everybody lined up in pretty good position here for the H350 Constellations. We're 13 seconds away. Rochon on the inside, Leger in the middle, and Henderson out in lane number 3 as we're 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Oh, Rochon stuffed it! He's out. Okay. All right. Good news is Martin is out of the boat. There he is. He's on the side of the boat. Good job. Whew. That was scary there for a minute. Rashawn stuffed it right here at start-finish line. And Marty got himself out. That was a very large impact right here at start-finish. Hit a roller, stuffed it. But a good job that Martin Rashawn was able to extricate himself out of the boat. That was a scary, scary wreck there for Rashawn. But that training and years of racing, Rashawn is a veteran racer, has been around the sport a long time, was able to extricate himself out of the boat. And he's out. We've seen too many scary things in the last couple of weeks, so I'm glad to see that Rashawn's out of that boat. We'll take a break. Our rescue team will look at him, check him over. We'll get him into the pit area, make sure he's okay. But good news is Rashawn was able to extricate himself out of the boat. Red flag being displayed. The other two boats will maintain their position on the race course until they put the black flag up. Once they put the black flag up, we'll get those boats back into the pit area. But a scary situation right here at start-finish line as Rashawn stuffed it. But good news is he's out of the boat. He's going to be okay. And we'll go back racing here as soon as we get this area cleaned up. Stick around. We'll be right back. For our friends listening live and watching live on our YouTube page, as I said, if you couldn't hear me, Rashawn did get out of the boat okay. On his own, I was scared there for a second. However, seen too many of these. It's been a tough year, but luckily that Marty's going to be all right, and good job by him to get himself out. If I have any more information, I will relay that to you in just a few minutes. Thank you. Stick around. right, for our friends listening live, if you saw the live picture there of a rescue vessel taking Martin Rochon back into the pit area, he was standing up on his own power, which is unbelievable to me after that tough hit. But Marty's a tough guy, and glad to see that he's going to be okay. I know if family is watching at home, it's tough to see your loved one do a pretty nasty face plant there, really. I mean, that boat just stuffed right at the start finish line, but I can see Marty right now walking under his own power back up to the pit area, and hopefully Joan can maybe get with him and we'll get an interview with Marty or something like that to make sure that he's okay, but he looks just fine. Boat, however, not so much. They're just now getting the boat tied up on the jet ski, and they will tow it slowly back to the pit area. They'll have to rewrite that boat, and we'll have to wait to assess the damage. But even in a 3-boat heat, you can have situations that arise, and that was nasty as Marty was coming across start finish line and just did a nosedive and stuffed it right here at start finish. So we'll get him back into the pit area. We got Daniel and Jay fired up now. We'll bring him back into the pit area as well. So thanks for sticking out with us here on the live stream on YouTube, and we will share any updates we have, but they looked positive to me that Rochon's going to be okay. He was walking under his own power back to his family here on the shoreline. So I'm going to take a deep breath and a sigh there. As I said, if you've been following us, it's been a rough couple of months, and we're just thankful that Rochon's going to be okay. We're picking pieces of his boat up right now, and they will escort them back to the pit area, and as soon as that is cleared off of the race course, we will be good to go to continue with our program today. Stick around. Thanks. All right, everybody, on our live stream, just want to give you a little bit of an update. Rashawn did walk. He literally walked off the rescue boat under his own power, which I couldn't believe when I saw it. But that's really, really good news that he has made his way back to the pit area. We've also gotten both Danny Leger's boat and Kent Henderson's boat back to the pit area. They are still trying to slowly move Martin Rashawn's boat back to the crane area to get it re-righted. I did speak briefly with our officials, and they are going to do a lap around. They're going to get in the rescue boat and go around the race course to assess the course itself. So they're going to take themselves and some racers with them, and they're going to go out and assess the race course just to determine if you've ever been to Niagara River here, this place can get rough. So we're going to go check it out and see in a few minutes. So as I was saying, we're getting Rashawn's boat towed back in, and that thing is taking on a ton of water. They are going as slow as they can, because really what they have to fight here is the current as well. So they're going to try the best they can to get Rashawn's boat back into the pit area without any other sustainable damage to the boat. Not sure if JP's got that on the screen or not, but they just come across start-finish line. Got two rescue divers sitting on the back of the boat, and they're going to try to get that in. So our officials are currently loading into one of the rescue crafts in order to get themselves to check it out. So I'm going to talk a little bit louder here because I've been told that we're on fame. What happens is when we go into these breaks, they turn the volume down so that we don't get copyright infringements because they're playing music in the background. So I don't want, we don't want to get kicked off of YouTube or anything like that. So I'm going to talk a little bit louder. What is happening right now is our head official is Steve Armstrong this weekend. And with Jonathan Abbott being out in Seattle doing the H1 race, Steve is the head official. So Steve has decided that he wants to go out on a rescue boat with some drivers, and he's picked up some drivers, and of course the other officials, and they're going out and they're just going to check the race course because this place could get lumpy. So they just want to make sure it's safe. We've had, obviously, if you follow us, we've had some incidents in the last month or so that have been pretty gnarly. So we just want to make sure that it's raceable, that it's safe, and that we can continue with our program. So for our fans watching around the world, I know we got some people watching out in Seattle, tuning in, that are watching the Seafair coverage as well. We thank you for tuning in. Right now we are just assessing the race course and making sure it's safe racing conditions, and we will hopefully get back to racing here very shortly. So as soon as we get Rashawn's boat off the race course, man, that thing is taking all. They're gonna have to either go. I don't know what they're gonna have to do, but that thing is pretty much completely underwater. The only thing sticking out is the rudder, as he stuffed it right here at the start-finish line. So we still have to run the consolation rerun between Henderson and Leger, vintage, and then the finals. So we got about 6 heats left for you today. Hopefully. I mean, to be honest, to me, the wind is really in the wrong direction, but it's not as strong as it was about an hour ago. So I'm not a professional. I don't make that call. I know we've raced in a lot of more difficult positions than this, but that's why they're officials and I'm just the announcer. So that's where we stand right now, and we will let you know. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in and listened to us. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our YouTube page so we can continue. Going to check the course, make sure it's okay, and then we will decide from there. So stick around, and as soon as I know, I'll let you know. Thanks a lot. All right, for our fans along the shoreline and those tuning in on our YouTube, Facebook Live and YouTube page, just want to give you a little bit of an update. Our officials did go out and survey the race course. We got Martin Rashan's boat back to the pit area. They just finished flipping it back over with the crane. So our schedule is going to be adjusted just a little bit. We are going to go with the H350 Consolation. We will have to do that rerun. Then we will do the Vintage. And then we're going to go right into the H350 Final. So we'll do the H350 Final and the Grand Prix Final. F and S right now The smaller boats are on hold. So we will determine what we're going to do with the Formula 2500 and the 2.5 liter stock finals. So right now, that's what our officials have decided. They're going to go with the H350 Consolation Rerun, the Vintage, and then the H Final, so the 350 Final, and the Grand Prix Final. Right now, that's what we have decided that we're going to do. If, after running the heats, they determine that it's okay to run the F and the S Final, we will run them. If they don't feel like it's safe enough to run them, we won't run them. That's basically where we stand right now. The water here looks calm from where we are on the shoreline, but when you get out there, there's some swells. There's a lot of boat traffic on the backstretch. We just talked with the Coast Guard, and they are going to help us out to try to maintain that boat traffic a little bit better, as it is really rough on the backstretch, according to our officials. So that's kind of where we stand right now. So we will run the H350 Consolation, Vintage, H Final, and GP Final. So that's where we stand right now. As soon as we get any more information, we will pass it on to you, but that should be coming up here in just a few minutes. So thanks for sticking around. We will go back to racing here in just a few. All right, just to reiterate for our fans on the shoreline, our modified schedule. We are going to rerun that H350 Constellation even with only 2 boats. They still have to run that Constellation to determine the 7th boat for the final. After that is over, we'll have our vintage come out, do a couple laps around the race course. Then we'll go right into the H350 final, followed by the Grand Prix final. And after that's run, we will determine whether the course is runnable for the small boats or not. That's what our head official wants to do. He wants to make sure that it's safe racing conditions. Right now, he doesn't feel like it's safe for the smaller boats to go out. So that's kind of where we stand right now. So we will have racing reassume here in just a few minutes. Our spotters are ready to go for the H350 Constellation. Once we get word from the Coast Guard and the rescue team that they are back on site and it's clear, they want to recheck the course to make sure all the boat parts for Martin Rashad's boat are out of the way. We will be ready to go. If you do look to the left of us here at Grantwood Park, you can see Rashad's boat on the hook. The complete right side sponson has completely ripped off and disintegrated off that boat. So he will have to lay it up over the winter and put a new right sponson on that boat, check everything out, and get it ready to go for 2025. Good news is Rashad's okay. He walked off under his own power, and that is the best news that we can report so far here today. We appreciate you sticking around. I know it's a delay. Nothing we can do about that. We got to make sure the safe and racing condition for all involved. And as soon as we get word from the official that we are ready to go with the rerun of the Constellation, we will go with the rerun of the Constellation. So that's it for now. We should be back. H350 Constellation rerun coming up next. All right, our fans along and on the live stream, we are getting ready to go back racing. We are in standby mode, just making sure that we are ready to go. Green flag is being displayed on the race course. As soon as we get the countdown, we should have the rerun of the H350 Consolation. Now, I will tell you that the drivers have been informed to let their spotters know if they feel like it's unsafe, and we will stop the race prior to it starting. If they feel like the race course is not safe, we will stop it. So we are on precaution mode here. We want to make sure everybody feels comfortable. We don't want to do anything stupid, get anybody injured or hurt. So we are doing our due diligence to make sure this is safe racing condition. All right, we are on standby. 5 minutes are on the clock. Here's the countdown. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our rerun of the H350 Consolation. 2 boats should be making their way out onto the race course. Once they make their way out, we will introduce them to you. This is for the final spot in the final. Later on today, Danny Leger and Kent Henderson should be the 2 boats to make the call. The H final is set with Jimmy King in lane 1, Mikel Tremblay in 2, Carl St. Vincent in 3, Paul Barber in 4, Mark LeCompte in 5. Winner of the first Consolation, Tommy Shannon, will be in 6. And then the winner of this will be in lane 7. So they should be pushing off the dock now, make their way out onto the race course for the Consolation heat. Oh, okay, no problem. So we are inside the 5-minute because there's only 2 boats that are taking their time coming out of the pit area. But here comes Danny Leger. He'll be the first one out onto the race course. Kent Henderson's going to come out at a 3-minute mark, according to his spotter. So we're 3 minutes, 30 seconds from the start. Danny Leger will come out on the race course, and he'll be the first one to basically survey it for us to determine what the conditions are like. As we said, we are doing everything in our power to make it as safe as possible for our competitors. After a scary wreck like that with Martin Rochon, we want to make sure everybody is comfortable out on the race course, and it is a raceable conditions out here on the Niagara. Danny Leger heads down the backstretch. Here comes Kent Henderson out of the pit area in the 519, the bank on it out of Brockville, Ontario. 2 veteran drivers out there, so they will be able to tell us the lay of the land, so to speak, to make sure that we feel like it's good enough to go. As you can see down into turn 1, there's some white caps down there. Danny Leger going to come across start-finish line in the 666. Talk to his spotter and let him know about the racing conditions. Once again, this is the second and final Consolation. The winner of this 2-boat Consolation will make it in to the final, starting in lane number 7. Our spotters are talking to our drivers as they go down the backstretch right now, just getting their idea about the condition of the race course. 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes away. Both of our drivers have okayed the race course for this H350 Consolation. So the good news is we're 1:30 away, and we will go racing. Danny Leger and Ken Henderson both have radioed back to their spotters that the conditions are okay. It's very deceiving up here on land that it looks smooth, but it is not out there on the race course. It's very choppy. We want to make sure that racing conditions are favorable for our competitors. 1 minute, 5 seconds for the start, 1:05 away. As we said, we'll rerun this H350 Consolation. We'll go with our vintage hydros, and then we'll go right into the H350 final and the Grand Prix final. Our small boats are currently on hold, and we will determine as we get later in the day the racing conditions for the smaller boats. 40 seconds to the start. Danny Leger, he'll be in lane number 1 in the 666, the Carpetech, and on the outside will be Kent Henderson in the 519, the bank on it. So 20 seconds to the start. So Henderson on the outside and Leger on the inside. Optimate goal to hit this start-finish line. Once we count down to zeros, we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. Both boats a little bit late to the start as they come across start-finish line, and Danny Leger is going to move up on the inside with Kent Henderson on the outside. So our 2-boat consolation here as they head down into turn number 1. On lap number 1, we'll go 4 times around. Here in the H350 Consolation, and Dan Leger, he'll come off the exit of turn number 1. He's opened it up by about 4 or 5 boat lengths. Kent Henderson back in second. So down the backstretch here, 1.5 in and 3.5 to go in our H350 Consolation heat, and Danny Leger is your leader. So Leger in the 666, the carpet deck, brings him through the apex of turn number 2. He'll call about a rooster tail and a half advantage over top of Kent Henderson, running back in second. So 1 down, 3 to go. Oh, they're going to throw the white flag. They're going to 2 laps. Okay, I'm sorry. They're going to run 2 laps. White flag being displayed on the race course. With only 2 boats, going to run 2 laps. So Leger down into turn number 1. It's got to bring it about 1 more lap here, and he'll make it into the final later on this afternoon. So down the backstretch here on lap number 2 of 2. Danny Leger leads by 2 rooster tails. Kent Henderson back in second. So Leger will bring it through turn number 2. Nice, comfortable 3-4 rooster tail advantage. They're going to throw the checkered flag this time by. So off the exit of turn number 2, your unofficial winner of the H350 Consolation will go to Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpetech. Kent Henderson will come around and get second. So Danny Leger will move into the final later on this afternoon. We'll get word from the drivers how the racing conditions was, and that'll help us determine where we go. Our other 350s are being lowered into the water over towards the left, over where the cranes are. We are lowering in our H350s for their final. So as we said, a little modified schedule for you this afternoon. H350 final, followed by GP final. We are going to run the vintage hydros. This should be coming out. We have the Miss Gangway and the Midnight Miss. Those 2 vintage hydros should be making their way out of the pit area as soon as they get the all clear to make their way out. They will do just that. Patrick Obed drives the H6 Midnight Miss. I'm sorry, the GP17 Midnight Miss. And the Miss Gangway, the H6, driven today by co-driver Mike Jensen. He's going to be behind the wheel of the Miss Gangway. So those 2 boats will make their way out onto the race course and do a few laps around the Niagara River here next, and that'll be followed up by our H350 final and our Grand Prix final. So once again, small boats are on hold right now. We'll determine their fate once we get through the next couple heats, see if the water conditions are favorable enough to run the small boats. And once we get that word, we'll let you know. But up next, vintage hydros make their way out here in just a few. All right, our vintage hydros are going to make their way out of the pit area. We have the H6. The Miss Gangway, driven today by Mike Jensen, will make his way out of the pit area. The Gangway was built in 1971 by Henry Lauterbach. It was built as a 7-liter for Rich Steuben. The boat was raced as the Miss Gangway from 1971 to 1984 by Rich Steuben and Howie Benz. The boat was renamed Sipton Spirit GP66 in 1985 to 1986. The boat was restored as Miss Crazy Thing by Bill Starrett Jr. It was campaigned by Mike Tucker and John Pepe as Miss Crazy Thing until 2010. In 2011, the boat was purchased by Lyle Dinsmore and renamed Miss Gangway as it was originally. In 2011, Lyle was named Rookie of the Year for East Coast Vintage and Historic Division. The boat's powered by a 426 cubic inch supercharged Hemi as it was originally. So the Miss Gangway, driven today by Mike Jensen out on the race course with a 426 supercharged Hemi out on the race course for you today. I want to thank the Miss Gangway team for that information about their vintage hydro. Those guys are on display down there right inside the pit entrance if you want to take a closer look at this beautiful boat built back in 1971 by the great Henry Lauterbach. As an Eastern Shore Marylander myself, always good to see the Lauterbach Halls out on the race course. This boat in 1971 by the great Henry Lauterbach. So the Miss Gangway going to do a couple laps around the race course for you. And as soon as he's done and ready to come back to the pit area, we will go H350 final racing. H350 final, 7 boats out on the race course for their final a little bit later on this afternoon. So I'm going to sit out and let you listen to that 426 cubic inch supercharged Hemi driven by Mike Jensen out on the race course. We'll be back with the 350 final. Congratulations if you won it. If you want to give some of the way, I'll take it. Oh, Pat picked it up. He's got to give him 20%. That's right. Congratulations to that winner. Up next, H350 final. Coming off. Après ça, on va aller finalement au poisson. All right, looks like we found our winner. Congratulations, 960 bucks. Wow, good for you, bud. And thank you for buying the raffle tickets that supports Region 3 Rescue. Obviously, we cannot put on a race without Region 3 Rescue, so thank you so much if you purchase those raffle tickets. That will go right into Region 3 Rescue's pocket to help them buy equipment for the next race in Region 3. All right, our H350s are being lowered into the water, and as soon as all 7 are in and our drivers are strapped in, we will go with the H350 final. The lineup for the 350 final. In lane number 1 will be Jimmy King in the 242, the LTC Construction. Jimmy's had a great weekend. He'll have that inside lane. Lane number 2 will be Mikel Tremblay of the H8 last minute again. Great run for those guys as well. They've been struggling here in 2024. This is probably their best weekend as they're going to line up in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be Carl St. Vincent in the 37 Bull Shark Racing. Lane number 4 will be Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1. Lane number 5 will be Mark Lecomte in the 104. In lane 6 will be the 306 Dog Nasty and Tommy Shannon. And the Carpentech 666 of Danny Leger will be on the outside in lane number 7. So a shake-up in the points this weekend. Frederick Coutier came into the weekend first in points. He is not going to go out first in points this weekend, so it's going to make a tight battle as we head to Mahorn, Quebec for our final race of the 2024 season. That'll be Labor Day weekend, August 31st and September 1st in Mahorn for our final race where we will crown our champions here for the 2024 season. But up first, we got to figure out who's going to win Thunder on the Niagara for our H350s and our Grand Prix Hydros. H350 final coming up next. All right, so we got some good news to report. We are going to run the 350 final first, and then we are putting in our little boats. So we have gotten word from the officials that they feel that it's safe enough to run the little boats. So we are going to put in the H350s, run their final, then we'll come back with a 2.5 liter stock final, Formula 2500 final, and then we'll end the day with the Grand Prix final. So 4 races left for you. We're down to the finals. It looks like we're going to be able to get everything in. We are on standby for the 350 final. If you've never seen 7 H350s coming barreling down to turn number 1 at the same time, here's your opportunity. This will be really good. 5-minute gun has sounded. H350s will be making their way out of the pit area for their final. Somebody's happy. H350s run 350 cubic inches, speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour down the straightaway. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race does not start to the end of this 5 minutes. Right now we are at 4:30 from the start of the race. First boat out of the pit area on 37 of Carl St. Vincent in the Bull Shark Racing. The boat on the inside, the 242, the LDC Construction. Jimmy King, the driver. On the outside, the 52 of Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario. In the Legacy 1, the 666 Carpentech, driven by Danny Leger. He's the 4th boat to make his way out of the pit area. Here comes Mikel Tremblay in the H8. The last minute again. He drives for Bill Vilhauer out of Ogdensburg. Tremblay comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec. Tommy Shannon in the 306, the Dog Nasty, has made his way out of the pit area. And we're just waiting on the 104 of Mark Lecomte to see if he can make his way out. That should be the 7 to make the call here for the H350 final. 7 boats across the line when they come down here to start finish. 3:30 from the start, 3:30 away. H350 final out on the race course next. And we'll be followed up by the 2.5 liter stocks, Formula 2500, and then the Grand Prix final. Still waiting on Mark Lecomte to bring the 104 out of the pit area. Hopefully Mark can bring it out. Right now we've got 6 of the 7 on the race course. We are 3 minutes, 3-minute mark from the start. Assigned lane format here in the H350 final. Boats out on the race course doing a couple timing runs. By now, in this part of the weekend, these guys probably have their timing marks down, but if they haven't been in lane number 3, for example, they need to do at least one timing run. You can see Carl St. Vincent doing one right now off the exit of 2, followed up by Tommy Shannon. All right, the 104 has made it. So all 7 have made the call, 2:30 from the start. All 7 boats out on the race course. H350 final. This should be a real good one. Jimmy King, obviously the favorite coming in here. The 242 LDC Construction has run really well here this weekend. Jimmy is substitute driving for his son. His son, Bobby King, is the normal driver of that boat. He's out in Seattle running the U12 Graham Trucking in Seattle Seafair on the H1 Unlimited racing circuit. 1:55 inside 2 minutes. Inside 2 minutes to the start of the always impressive H350 final. We'll go down the lineup for you once again. Here comes Mark Lecomte coming by in the 104. Mark's had a great weekend, that all-blue 104 as he heads down into turn number 1. He's followed up by Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty. I think they have found they had struggled early on in 2024, but they are running really well here this weekend. Boats cutting the race course, that's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the back stretch to the front stretch. And you cut in between the start-finish line and the entrance pin of turn number 1. So everybody's up early. They're all cutting. 107 to the start, 107 away. There is the 1 minute mark. 1 minute to the start. H350 final. Once they get on the backstretch, we will get them lined up for you from inside out. Lane number 1 will be the 242. The LDC Construction driven by Jimmy King. Lane number 2, will be Mikel Tremblay in the H8. The last minute again. Lane number 3 will be Carl St. Vincent in the 37, the Bull Shark Racing. Lane number 4 will be Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1 out of Ottawa, Ontario. Lane number 5 will be Mark Lecomte in the 104, the Unit Racing. Lane number 6 will be the 306, the Dog Nasty. And on the outside will be Danny Leger in the 666, the Carbotech. We're 20 seconds for the start. H350 final. All 7 of them down here to turn number 2. Get your cameras out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a good one. We are 13 seconds away. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Paul Barber will lead him across start-finish line in the 52. Jimmy King's on the inside with Mikel Tremblay as well. Watch him as they fan out down here to turn number 1. King will turn left first in the 242, the LTC Construction. He's your leader through the apex of 1, but he's got a host of boats to his outside. King leads him down the backstretch of the 242, but right there is Paul Barber having a great run in the 52. Back about 3 boat lengths is Paul Barber. Jimmy King, lane number 1, the 242, the LDC Construction down here into turn number 2. He'll tiptoe through turn number 2. He'll hug the buoy rail. He'll come off the exit, come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go, and Jimmy King has opened it up. We'll call it 2 Rooster Tails. Paul Barber runs back in 2nd. Mark Lecomte having a heck of a run in 3rd. Tommy Shannon in 4th. 5th, Carl St. Vincent, and 6th, Danny Leger. Mikel Tremblay runs back in 7th. Through the apex of turn number 1, and Jimmy King in the 242. He's already opened up by 3 full Rooster Tails over top of Paul Barber running back in 2nd. We're 1.5 in and 3.5 to go here in the H357 boat final. Jimmy King leads it down into turn number 2 on lap number 2. Barber runs in 2nd, Lecomte in 3rd, Shannon in 4th. Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. Jimmy King using a lot of wing as he comes down the front stretch, that 242 LDC Construction. 2 down and 3 to go. Paul Barber running in 2nd. Mark Lecomte runs in 3rd. 4th position is the 306, the Dog Nasty and Tommy Shannon. 5th position is Carl St. Vincent in the 37, the Bull Shark Racing. Danny Leger runs in 6th, and Mikel Tremblay runs in 7th. We are halfway through the H350 final. 2.5 in and 2.5 to go. And Jimmy King, out of the state of Michigan, drives the 242 LDC Construction down here into turn number 2 on lap number 3. He's got a comfortable 2, almost 3 Rooster Tail advantage over top of Paul Barber, runs back in 2nd position. 3 down and 2 to go here in the 350 final. And Jimmy King is your leader. Paul Barber runs in 2nd position. 3rd, Mark Lecomte. Tommy Shannon trying to move up on his inside. Runs back in 4th. 5th is still Carl St. Vincent, Danny Leger in 6th, and Mikel Tremblay in 7th. Down the backstretch here on lap number 4 of 5. 3.5 in and 1.5 to go. And it's Jimmy King, the leader, down into turn number 2. Half a straightaway advantage over top of Paul Barber, running back in 2nd, and Mark Lecomte in 3rd. Through turn number 2, Jimmy King will see the white flag this time by. Signifies 1 more lap around the Niagara for the 242 LDC Construction and Jimmy King. 2nd position is the 52 of Paul Barber. The only battle really on the race course is for 3rd. Can Mark Lecomte hold off a hard charger Tommy Shannon for that 3rd and final spot on the podium? But down the backstretch here on lap number 5 of 5, Jimmy King half a lap away from the H350 final win as he heads down into turn number 2. We'll call it 4 Rooster Tails over top of Paul Barber, runs back in 2nd. But through the apex of turn number 2, final turn, final lap, the H242, the LDC Construction, Jimmy King, out of the great state of Michigan, he'll take the victory in the H350 final. 2nd place will go to the 52. Great run for Paul Barber. 2nd place here in North Tonawanda. 3rd, Mark Lecomte. Another great run for Mark in the 104 of the Unit Racing. He'll complete the podium. 4th place will go to Tommy Shannon. Tommy made it in through the consolation. He'll get 4th. 5th will go to Carl St. Vincent in the Bull Shark Racing. 6th will go to Danny Leger. And Mikel Tremblay will round out the field in 7th in the H8 last minute again. But congratulations to the 242. Your unofficial winner, unofficially, of the H350 final, Jimmy King, the 242 LDC Construction. Black flag being displayed on the race course, signifying to all 7 drivers to bring it back in. Good news is 7 went out and 7 are going to make it back. That's always great news. We're going to get word from Jimmy King whether or not how the race course was out there. Up next, we're scheduled to go 2.5 liter stock racing. 2.5 liters coming up next. Congratulations to the LDC Construction team. Jimmy King, your unofficial winner of the H350 final. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for the 8-boat 2.5 liter stock final. 8-boat 2.5 liter stock final making their way out onto the race course. Once again, if you weren't with us earlier, this is the quote-unquote beginning class in 2.5 is the 2.5 liters. If you are just getting into the sport of inboard racing here in the HRL, you'll run in this class. Or if you've been out of the sport for a little while and you decide to come back in, you will run in this class as well. So 2.5 liter stocks out on the race course. We should have 8 of them make the call. First boat coming through the bottom end of the race course will be the 57, the Howl, driven by Matisse Gabriel Chason. He'll be followed up by Dominic Millette in the 22, the all-in. The 2 of Jacob Hainu in the S2 Novo Racing. The boat on the inside, the 50 of Ken Brody III. To his outside, the 74 Matthew Brown, the Derek Anderson in the 25. Then you have Ben Topin in the 104 D-Rock Racing, and Austin Hayes rounds out the field. The final boat across in the 35, the TM Special. All 8 have made the call for the 2.5 liter stock final here in North Tonawanda. Once they come around one more time, we'll start to get them lined up for you. 2.5 liters run a 2,300 cubic centimeter motor. Speeds upwards about 100 miles an hour here on this race course. The record is right up around 115, but we're not going to get anywhere close to that here today. Good to see that we were able to get the final out on the water for the 2.5 liters. These guys have worked really hard this weekend to make it into this final. 9 boats showed up. 8 of them are going to run here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Jacob Hainu, the S2 Novo Racing, he came into the weekend with the points lead, and he's pretty much had a pretty good weekend. He comes into the final tied in points with Matisse Gabriel Chason, but because he had the faster time over the weekend, he will be in lane number 1 for the final. Under 2 minutes, 2 minutes to go. 2.5 liter stock final. This final will be followed up by the Formula 2500 final, and then we'll close out the day. We'll close out the day with the Grand Prix final here this afternoon. 1:35 from the start. 1:35. All right, inside of 1:20 to the start. Once they get on the backstretch, we will get them lined up for you. Ultimate goal, obviously, if you've been following us all weekend long, at the end of this 1 minute and 6 seconds is to be right here at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. In lane number 1 for the 2.5 liter stock final will be the S2 of Jacob Hainu out of Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. Lane number 2 will be at the 57, the Howl, Matisse Gabriel Chason. Lane number 3 will be Ken Brody III. In the 50, the Senseless 15, Austin Hayes will be in lane number 4 in the 35, TKO Racing. Ben Topin will be in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will be Matthew Brown, the 74. Lane number 7 will be Dominic Millette in the 22, the all-in, and Derek Anderson will be in lane number 8 in the 25, the Canadian Tire. That's how they'll line up. Hainu, Chason, Brody, Hayes, Topin, Brown, Millette, Anderson, inside out. As we're 14 seconds to the start, 2.5 liter stock final. So we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark and Dominic Millette, he'll lead him across start finish line. Jacob Hainu hit a roller as he came off of turn number 1, and he's way back. Matisse Gabriel Chason will lead him down into turn number 1. We'll go 5 times around here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. Chason is your leader. On his outside was Derek Smith. Ken Brody III is stuck in there as well. They'll come down the backstretch. here on lap number 105. Chason leads, Billette in second. Brody on the inside is in third, with Derek Anderson on his outside in fourth. Down the backstretch here, it's really rough as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 1. Chason in the 57. He's your leader. Ken Brody, the third, doing a nice job. Moves up on the inside, and Brody will take over second position here on turn number 2 on lap number 1. They'll come off the exit pit at turn number 2 to complete lap 1. 1 down and 4 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. And Chason leads, and Brody has moved into second. A nice run right here for the 50 team, running up in second position. Third is Dominic Millette. Fourth, Jacob Haydu. Fifth, Topen. And sixth is Derek Anderson. Seventh is Austin Hayes. And eighth is Matthew Brown. As they go down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Really rough for these little boats as they come up the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And it's Baptiste Gabriel Chason, the S57, the Howe. He's your leader over top of Ken Brody the third, running back in second in the 50. Look at Jacob Haydu. Haydu was late at the start. He's made up a lot of ground. He's all the way up to third. We're 1.5 in and 3.5 to go here in the S boat final. And Baptiste Gabriel Chason will bring it through tight turn number 2 with about a 2 rooster tail advantage. They'll come across start finish line to complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 3 to go here in the S boat final. Chason is your leader. Ken Brody the third, having a nice run in second position in the senseless 15. Third is the 2, the Novo Racing of Jacob Haydu. Dominic Billette is back to fourth in the 22. Derek Anderson's moving up on the inside in the 25. He'll move up into fourth position, with Austin Hayes running back in fifth and Ben Topan in sixth. And Matthew Brown rounding out the field in eighth. Halfway through the 2.5 liter stock final, and Baptiste Gabriel Chason, he'll lead him down here into turn number 2. We'll call it a half a straightaway over top of Ken Brody the third. Running back in second as Jacob Haydu has got himself up into third. So Baptiste Gabriel Chason will come through the apex of turn number 2 with a nice comfortable 3 rooster tail advantage. He'll come off the exit pit and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Chason leads. Brody the third runs in second. Third position is the S2, the Novo Racing. Look at Derek Anderson. He's really charging hard. That 25 Canadian Tire moved up on the inside of Jacob Haydu. And Derek Anderson trying to make up ground to move up on the podium as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 4. Fifth position will be still Dominic Billette. Austin Hayes runs in 6th. 7th is Ben Topan, and 8th is Matthew Brown. 3.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. And Baptiste Gabriel Chason will bring him down into turn number 2 on lap number 4. He's still got a nice, comfortable 3 rooster tail advantage over top of Ken Brody the third. Jacob Haydu is making up a little bit of ground as they go down to that tight, trying to tiptoe through that rough turn number 2. But white flag being displayed on the race course. One more lap around for Baptiste Gabriel Chason in the 57, the Howe. Ken Brody running in second position. Jacob Haydu moves out to about lane number 4. Running in third, Derek Anderson runs in fourth. Austin Hayes moved up into fifth in the 35, the TKO Racing, with Dominic Billette moving back to 6th, 7th. Ben Topan and 8th is Matthew Brown. Down the backstretch, half a lap away from Baptiste Gabriel Chason. He's your leader down the backstretch. We'll call it half a straightaway over top of Ken Brody the third. Look at the battle for, or Ken Brody's in second. Look at the battle for third between Derek Anderson on the inside as Jacob Haydu on the outside. Battled out for that final spot on the podium here in the 2.5 liter stock final. But through the apex of turn number 2 for the 5th and final time, off the exit pin, the S57, Baptiste Gabriel Chason. He'll come around, he'll get the checker flag, and your unofficial winner of the 2.5 liter stock final, Baptiste Gabriel Chason. Great run for the 50 team. Ken Brody the third, he'll come across in second. Third, we'll go to Jacob Haydu. Fourth to Derek Anderson. Fifth, we'll go to Austin Hayes. 6th, it looks like Dominic Billette will hold on to 6th position. He's coming through turn number 2 right now. Ben Topan will come around and get 7th. And Matthew Brown will round out the field in 8th position. So congratulations to the team, 57 team, your unofficial winner of the 2.5 liter stock final here at Thunder on the Niagara. Your top 3, the 57, the 50, and the 2. That's how they round out here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Coming up next, Formula 2500 final Formula 2500 final will be followed by the Grand Prix final. 2 races left for you today on the Sunday edition of the Thunder on the Niagara. Formula 2500 coming up next.
H350. Donc, félicitations. On vient de voir la finale de la classe 350. Congratulations, Game TV.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you're stepping for your son again here
Yes.
at Tonawanda?
Yep. He lets me play with it once a year.
Once a year. J'ai dit, encore cette année, c'est toi qui pilotais l'embarcation de ton fils. Il dit, oui, il me permet de jouer avec l'embarcation une fois par année. This year was a great weekend for you guys, and now this year the boat is part of the HRL, so
Right.
it's a big thing for your family, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, we love running with the HRL. I've been up here for since the early '80s, and I was always treated well, and we enjoy racing. They have competition, they have really good race boats, and if you win here, it means something.
Je lui demandais, j'ai dit, c'est quand même une histoire de famille, vous avez coursé ensemble. Il dit oui, puis de courser dans la HRL, il dit, on course contre les meilleurs, donc c'est ça qu'on veut. You had a perfect weekend, I guess.
No,
sorry.
my first heat was a second, so
Almost perfect. But the boat, how can you describe the handling of the boat?
Oh, that thing, James Hall put together something there with the help from my son. They really built a piece that is just, like I said, I only drive it once a year, and it's always exciting to drive that thing. So,
Congratulations.
Thank
J'ai dit l'embarcation, j'ai dit comment qu'elle se conduit, comment qu'elle se comporte. Il dit c'est une embarcation qui se conduit là, de façon merveilleuse. Il dit j'ai la chance de la piloter un week-end par année, mais il dit c'est toujours un plaisir de le faire. Félicitations. And do you want to sign?
I would love to sign your gift.
There you go.
I don't know what boat number to put on it. We'll do this. GP3. The newest one.
The newest one. Congratulations.
Yes.
And stay with us. Stay with us. Next is the final for the the 2.5 liters. Restez avec nous, la prochaine course, la finale du 2.5 litres.
500, he'll be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Grant Liddycoat in the 97. Lane number 3 will be John Shaw in the 92. Sam Tremblay in the 113 will be in lane number 4. Grant Hearn will be in lane 5. Lane 6 will be Kevin Smith. Lane 7 will be Miguel Tremblay. And on the outside, as he won the consolation heat earlier this afternoon, will be Mark Lalonde. Those will be the 8 boats that make the call. Formula 2500 final. Just waiting for our final boat to get strapped in, and we should be good to go with that. I want to thank you all out there in YouTube land. We appreciate you tuning in on our HRL YouTube page. Once again, please, if you could, like and subscribe to our YouTube page. That'll help us out. For our fans that are watching out in Seattle, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here by our small but mighty team here at Thunder on the Niagara. My name is John Tomey. I enjoy doing this for you. I hope you've enjoyed our live coverage. We apologize for the delay, but we wanted to make sure the race course was safe after the accident with Martin Rochon. Good news with Rochon, he is fine. He got out of the boat and he walked off the dock on his own power, so that is obviously the best news we can bring you. So we're glad that he's going to be just fine. The boat, on the other hand, is going to have to go through some off-season repair work. We see our 2.5 liters being taken out, so as soon all of our Formula 2500s are in, and as soon as we get the word, we should be ready to go. Thanks for sticking it out with us. Formula 2500 final coming up, followed by the GP final. We just got standby, which means we are inside 15 seconds. Here we go. Here's the countdown. 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute gun has sounded. 5-minute gun has sounded. Formula 2500 final. 8 boats will be making their way out of the pit area for the Formula 2500 final. Can local driver Eddie Camfush cap off the weekend with a win in his hometown race final. First boat out, Grant Liddycoat in the 97. Here comes Mark Lalonde, the 751. Eddie Camfush in the 500. Comes across start-finish line. The senseless 16. The 113, another one. Driven by Sam Tremblay is the 4th boat out of the pit area. 5th boat out. Kevin Smith, the 26, the Dreamweaver. He's followed up by the all-orange craft, the 92 of John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. And the final boat, Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. Those are the 8 boats for the final. We're waiting on the 555, and here he comes, Mikel Tremblay. He'll be the 8th and final boat out of the pit area, the Happy Sunny. The F555 makes his way out onto the race course. So all 8 have made the call. We are 3 minutes and 45 seconds from the start of the Formula 2500 final here at Thunder on the Niagara. Here comes Mikel Tremblay coming by. Here's Grant Liddycote, the driver out of Suffolk, Virginia, in the 97 Descendant. He's having a really, really good 2024. Mark Lalonde, he won the consolation heat earlier today. He will be in lane number 8 for the final. You saw Eddie Camfush and Sam Tremblay coming by on timing runs. Kevin Smith in the 26 Dreamweaver out of Peabody, Massachusetts comes by on a timing run. Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, and John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland come by start-finish line on timing runs as well. All season long, we've been talking about the Honda power versus the Ford power here in the Formula 2500. And it's pretty evened out throughout the season. We all thought maybe the Hondas would dominate, but that hasn't been the case. As Grant Liddycote in that 97 running a Ford has picked up some wins here in 2024, and so has John Shaw. He's picked up some wins in that 92. So what we thought was going to be a dominant year for the Hondas hasn't really turned out to be. But the Honda's got lane 1 here this weekend. We'll see how he does. As we are 2:25 from the start, Formula 2500 final, 2:25 away. Once again, if you've been with us all weekend long, the race does not officially begin to the end of that 5-minute countdown, and we are 2 minutes and 7 seconds away from that 8-boat final coming to fruition here. 2 minutes to the start. Formula 2500 final. All 8 have made the call. Once they come around one more time, we'll get them lined up for you. Lanes assigned based off the points they've accumulated throughout the weekend. We'll determine the lane assignments here for the Formula 2500 final. Can Eddie Camfush hit his start? Can he lead from wire to wire? Or will one of the boats to his outside be able to drive around him here in the rough waters of the Niagara River? 120 from the start, 120 away. As everybody's going to gather down here along the front stretch, down into turn number 1. And we will get them lined up for you with 1 minute. 1 minute, 60 seconds to the start of the Formula 2500 final. Lane number 1 will be the F500. Eddie Camfush out of Grand Island, New York. The local driver trying to win the final in his hometown race will have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Grant Liddycote, the 97 Descendant out of Suffolk, Virginia. Lane number 3 will be John Shaw in the 92, the Tenacity out of Centerville, Maryland. Lane number 4 will be Sam Tremblay and the another one, the 113 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 5 will be Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. Lane number 6 will be Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Lane number 7 will be Mikel Tremblay in the Happy Sunny, and on the outside will be Mark Lalonde in the 751. 8 boats across. We are 17 seconds from the start. Everybody's up just a little bit early. As they start to fan out, we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, that's really tight. We'll have to wait and see. The boats on the outside might have been there just a tick early. We'll have to see how they all shake out as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around here in the Formula 2500 final. And it looks like to the outside, Grant Liddycote and John Shaw, your leaders off the exit of turn number 1 with Eddie Camfush inside in lane number 1. Down the backstretch they go. It is Grant Liddycote on the inside and John Shaw right there on his outside. They're your leaders down into turn number 2. So Shaw leads, Liddycote runs in second, and Camfush runs in third. The top 3 coming into the final are your leaders to the apex of turn number 2. Liddycote on the inside and Shaw on the outside. They'll come down to complete lap number 1, and John Shaw, the S92, the Tenacity. He's your leader. 1 down and 4 to go. Grant Liddycote runs in second. Third position, Eddie Camfush. Grant Hearn runs in fourth. Fifth, the 113. Sixth, the 26th of Kevin Smith as they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 2. John Shaw is your leader with Grant Liddycoat running back in second. Shaw comes up the exit of turn number 1. It'll be about a rooster tail advantage down the backstretch for John Shaw. The 92, the Tenacity from Centerville, Maryland. He is your leader. He drives for Al Thompson out of Seaford, Delaware. 2 rooster tail advantage to the 92. The 97, Grant Liddycoat runs in second. Eddie Camfush in third. Through the apex of turn number 2, come around a complete lap number 2. To be 2 down, 3 to go. Here in the Formula 2500 final. And John Shaw, he leads. We'll call it 2 rooster tails over top of Grant Liddycoat running back in second. Eddie Camfush running in third. Samuel Tremblay, he runs in fourth. 5th is Grant Hearn. 6th is Kevin Smith. 7th is Mikkel Tremblay. And 8th is Mark Milan. Halfway through, 2.5 in, 2.5 to go. John Shaw, he is your leader down the backstretch here on lap number 3. Grant Liddycoat runs in second. The 500 runs in third. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 3. The 92, the Tenacity, will come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 3. It'll be 3 down, 2 to go. John Shaw is your leader. Over top of Grant Liddycoat. Look at the move by Sam Tremblay. Moves up on the inside. Samuel Tremblay and Eddie Camfush battled out for that final position on the podium. Camfush got really light as he come across start finish line, and that allows Sam Tremblay to move up on his inside and take over third position. So Tremblay and Camfush battled out for that final spot on the podium as they go through turn number 1. But we are 3.5 in. We've got 1.5 to go. And John Shaw has got a 2 rooster tail advantage down the backstretch over top of Grant Liddycoat in the 97 Send It. Looks like Sam Tremblay's moved up into third with Eddie Camfush back to fourth. Coming off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 4. White flag being displayed. 1 more lap to go here in the Formula 2500 final. And the 92 Tenacity, he's your leader. We'll call it 3 full rooster tails over top of Grant Liddycoat runs back in second. Samuel Tremblay moves up to third with Eddie Camfush back to fourth. Down into turn number 1 here on lap number 5 of 5. The S92, the Tenacity of John Shaw off the exit of turn number 1. Comfortable 2 full rooster tail advantage. Half a lap away from the final victory here at Thunder on the Niagara as he heads down the backstretch with about a 2 to 3 rooster tail advantage over top of Grant Liddycoat running back in second and Sam Tremblay in third. Final turn, final lap for the Formula 2500 final. The F92, John Shaw going to come out to about lane number 4. He'll come up the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves. The S92, John Shaw, your unofficial winner of the Formula 2500 final. Second, we'll go to the 97, the Send It, and Grant Liddycoat. Third, we'll go to Sam Tremblay in the 113, another one. Fourth position, we'll go to the 500 and Eddie Camfush. Fifth, we'll go to Grant Hearn in the 14, the Legacy 1. Sixth, we'll go Kevin Smith. Seventh, to Mikkel Tremblay in the 555, the Happy Sunny. And Mark Lalonde will round out the field in 8th position in the 751 Low Racing. So unofficially your winner, the 92, the Tenacity, John Shaw, the driver, Al Thompson, the owner, the winners of the Formula 2500 final. We'll wait and see if there's any calls. Make it official. Right now, unofficially on the water, the 92 your winner, 97 in second, and the 113 in third. That's your podium here at Thunder on the Niagara. We'll get all 8 of these boats back to the pit area, and we'll start putting in our Grand Prix hydros for our final race of the weekend. The GP final will be coming up next.
Merci Tonawanda.
Ouais, merci beaucoup.
Début de saison quand même qui est difficile, que tu me disais ce matin. Là, ben, hier plutôt,
Ouais.
donc content du résultat aujourd'hui.
Ouais, celle-là a fait du bien là, pour on roulait bien. C'est sûr quand que je disais, comme je disais, quand on finissait nos courses, c'était premier ou deuxième. Mais on a eu l'autre bad luck cette année. Puis là, en fin de semaine, on a rien eu, tout a été sa coche. Puis on est très content du résultat et d'avoir défendu notre titre.
The Tonawanda. I was asking him, you had your ups and downs so far in the season, and we were talking about it yesterday in the pit walk. He wanted to win again here in Tonawanda because he won last year, and he had a great weekend, all went his way. Peux-tu nous parler un petit peu comment s'est passé la finale? Je pense qu'il y a eu quelques situations que ça n'a été pas facile. On sent que le parcours il est un petit peu plus rough.
Ouais, écoute, pour être bien honnête, c'est les conditions les plus rough que j'ai coursé de ma vie. Écoute, j'ai les avant-bras morts, c'était des sauts de crapaud. Puis, comme je dis à mes gars, je pense que j'ai même pas tenu la pédale à plus que 75% là, pendant la course. Là, c'était très difficile, mais on est très content du résultat.
I was asking him, we saw that the course was rough. He said it was the roughest I've ever seen. He said he had his gas pedal to about 75%. It was ups and downs. It was leapfrogging over the every wave.
Yeah, every wave.
So it was a hard battle. So,
yeah.
And jusqu'à maintenant, on va bien. On veut aller plus loin. Donc la prochaine étape, Beauharnois.
Oui, la prochaine étape Beauharnois. Écoute, on veut faire comme l'année passée. On veut finir la saison en beauté avec des beaux week-ends où est-ce qu'on casse rien, où est-ce qu'on finit nos tours, puis qu'on ait du fun. Je pense que c'est ça le plus important. Là, au début de l'année, le moral il était un peu à terre parfois. Puis peut-être qu'on se tapait ses doigts pour rien.
All right, for our fans listening on the live stream back home or wherever you may be across the world, we appreciate you tuning in. Our Grand Prix final is coming up next. Boats will be on the water here in just a few. They are being lowered in to the water right now, and our drivers are getting strapped in and ready to go for the final race of the weekend. The Grand Prix final here at North Tonawanda Thunder on the Niagara. For everybody that's out there in YouTube land, please like and subscribe to our page. For our fans that are watching in Seattle, we appreciate you tuning in. Our fans that are tuning in on the H1 Unlimited stream, jump over and like our page. Then you can obviously go back to your H1 Unlimited stream once they come back out for, I know they got to run another heat today as well. Congratulations, I saw Andrew Tate won 3A, and I believe Corey Peabody won 3B, so congratulations to those guys. That was pending tech inspection, and I didn't have an opportunity to go back and see, so I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. But congratulations to the 9 and the 91. Up next for us here in North Tonawanda is the Grand Prix final. I see Ken Lupton's boat being lowered into the water right now. This should be a dynamite Grand Prix final. Obviously, if you have not heard, unfortunately we have lost the 35. The GP 35 is out. He suffered a hole there in 3B. He's not going to be able to go as Bobby Kennedy. So that's unfortunate that we lost one of the top boats, but we still got 5 good ones ready to go here for the Grand Prix final. And I can see now that Ken Lupton's boat is being laid into the water. I already see that Brody is in and Eric Langevin is in. So those guys are already in, and once we get all of them in, we'll be ready to go with the final heat of the day, the Grand Prix final here at Thunder on the Niagara. Starting to get a little toasty here in North Tonawanda, but crowds stuck around. Been a pretty good contingent of race fans coming out today, so we appreciate them coming here to North Tonawanda. If you are out there and you've never been, I suggest you come. We are approximately 7 miles from Niagara Falls, and you can go and visit Niagara Falls right down the road. All right, I am getting the official results from my good friend Jeff Ayler. He says in the final, out in Seattle, it'll be the 91, the 9, the 1, the 11, the 27, and the 35 will be the trailer. So that will be how they line up out in Seattle for the H1 Unlimited final later on today. All right. So good luck to the teams out in Seattle for the H1 Unlimited final out at Seattle Seafair. For our fans listening live, our next race for the Hydroplane Racing League will be in Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. It will be the season finale, Labor Day weekend, August 31st and September 1st. That's where we will crown our champions. And if you haven't done so, I really strongly suggest, if you like HRL racing, you can download the HRL app, and it has up-to-the-minute results, rankings, schedule, everything you need right there on that Hydroplane Racing League app. So if you're not done so yet, please download our app. You can find it in your Play Store or anywhere. You can get all the official up-to-the-minute results. All right, this will be our final timeout before our Grand Prix Hydro final, as all of them have been lowered into the water, and we should be minutes away from the 5-minute gun. Coming up next, our Grand Prix final. All right, we just got to stand by for the GP final. 5-minute gun has sounded. Boats will be making their way out of the pit area for the GP final. Alrighty, here we go, race fans. It's the time for the Grand Prix final. We are 3:45 away from the start. Boats have made their way out of the pit area. All 5 have made the call. Unfortunately, we have lost the GP35 and Bobby Kennedy. He suffered a hole in the side of the boat during Heat 3B. He's not going to be able to go. But we got 5 of them with the first boat coming across start-finish line. That'll be the GP50. Ken Brody out of Grand Isle, New York. Ken Lupton in the 577 follows him across start-finish line in the Miss Lucas Oil. Jack Lupton in the 33 Lupton Motorsports comes across start-finish line. Kent Henderson drives the 71, the Wild One, out of Brockville, Ontario. And the final boat down the backstretch into turn number 2. The Silco Racing 212. Eric Longevan, he's the driver. All 5 have made the call. We are 2:42 from the start. Final race of the day, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. The largest automotive hydroplane on the planet. Ready to do battle here for 4 laps to determine the winner of Thunder on the Niagara here this afternoon. Jack Lupton picks up the left spots as he comes across on a time and run. Here comes Kent Henderson. Miss Liberty, the Wild One, sponsored by Liberty in a Can. Ken Brody in the GP50 looks like he's going to take a time and run through turn number 2 in the Freedom as he comes off the exit of 2 down here to start-finish line. And the GP50 will take a time and run across start-finish. 1 minute, 40 seconds from the start. Our Grand Prix final. The final race of the weekend here at Thunder on the Niagara. For everybody tuning in around the world on our YouTube page, we appreciate it. For everybody here at Grant Wick Park, we thank you for sticking it out with us. As we've got 5 of the fastest inboard hydroplanes on the planet out here ready to do battle. We are 1:10 away, 1:10 from the start of the Grand Prix final. White flag, 1 minute to go, 1 minute. GP final. It's what they all come to do. They all come to race Grand Prix Hydros. We've got 5 of the best in the world ready to go here this afternoon. We're 45 seconds from the start. Let's get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 in the 577 out of Waverly, New Zealand will be Ken Lupton. In the Miss Lucas Oil, he'll have the coveted lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be his brother Jack. Jack Lupton in the 33 Lupton Motorsports will be right to the outside. The 2 Waverly, New Zealand drivers will be side by side in turns 1 and turn 2. In third position will be Ken Brody in the 50. Lane 4 will be Eric Longevan, and lane 5 will be Kent Henderson. We are 14 seconds away. They start to get on it as they go down here into turn number 2. Let's count it down together. We are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Ken Lupton will lead him across with Ken Brody on his outside. They got to leave a lane in there for Jack Lupton as they head down into turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the GP final. And it's Kenny Lupton off the exit at turn number 1. He'll lead him. Hit Brody's right there on his outside. And Jack Lupton stuck in the tunnel. 3 of them within a rooster tail as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. Ken Lupton is your leader through the apex of turn number 2, but Ken Brody is really pushing hard on the outside. The GP 50 Freedom is running hard in second. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the GP final, and Kenny Lupton walks away just a little bit. We'll call it a rooster tail advantage over top of Ken Brody running in second. Jack Lupton in third, Ken Henderson in fourth, and Eric Langevin in fifth. Down into turn number 1 on lap number 2. It's still Lupton is your leader, but Brody, he's within 1 rooster tail as they head down the backstretch. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the GP final. Kenny Lupton in the Miss Lucas Oil. He is your leader, but Ken Brody is not giving up as they head down here into turn number 2. They'll come around turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. We'll put 2 in the books, 2 down, 2 to go. The GP 577 and Ken Lupton, he's your leader, but it's only a rooster tail separating first and second as they come across to complete lap number 2. Lupton leads, Brody's in second, Jack Lupton's in third as they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Kenny Lupton, it's getting really rough down there in turn number 1. You can see the boats hopping and skipping all over the place. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. We're still not done yet. Ken Lupton leads, but Ken Brody is trying his best. He's on the outside. He would love nothing more but to win here at Thunderland in Niagara. He's got 1 lap to do it. We are 1 lap away. White flag being displayed, and Ken Lupton, he is still your leader. Ken Brody is running really hard in second there. Brody is really trying, running back in second position to make up ground, but it is so rough down here into turn number 1. Makes it really hard to make up any ground on the leader. Lupton leads, but here comes Brody once again. Ken Brody is trying his best to make up ground. We're half a lap away here in the GP final. Lupton and Brody. Here comes Brody on the outside. Brody's going to make a race of it as he head down here into turn number 2. Lupton leads, but Ken Brody is right there on the outside, really battling hard. Off the exit of turn number 2, it'll be Kenny Lupton will win it. The 577 takes the checker flag. Ken Brody, man, he really tried hard. In the 50, he'll take second. Third, we'll go to Jack Lupton. In the 33, the Lupton Motorsports. Fourth, we'll go to Kent Henderson in the Wild One. And fifth, we'll go to Eric Langevin in the 212, the Silco Racing. But what a race between Ken Lupton and Ken Brody. Lupton wins it by about 3 boat lengths when it was all said and done. But your unofficial winner will be the 577, the Miss Lucas Oil, and Ken Lupton. He'll take the win. Ken Brody will end up in second, and third will be Jack Lupton in the 33, the Lupton Motorsports. So congratulations to the Lupton family and Ken Lupton. He ran good all weekend long. He had that coveted lane 1 position in the final, and he's going to come by on a wave around lap. Your winner of the GP final, Kenny Lupton in the 577. Congratulations to the Luptons. Great run there by the whole team. And the 577, your unofficial winner of the GP final here in North Tonawanda. Just got word that the winner is confirmed. No penalties on the 577. So just like that, we have our winner is confirmed, and Ken Lupton in the GP 577, officially your winner of the final here in North Tonawanda. Want to thank everybody that stuck around with us today. I know it turned into a longer day than we normally would have, but we appreciate you sticking it out with us today. And a heck of a GP final you were treated to there. The 577, the 50, and the 33 put on a heck of a show there in the final. Once again, my name is John Toby, and I appreciate everyone that came out today. I appreciate the team here at Thunderland Niagara for having me back. I haven't been here since 2014. It was awesome to be back. and I appreciate coming out and being able to call the races here this weekend. I love doing it. Next weekend, if you got nothing to do, head on over to Flint, Michigan. We'll be at Mott Lake for the Mott Lake Regatta next weekend. And our final race for the HRL series will be in Beauharnois, Quebec, Labor Day weekend, August 31st and September 1st. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate you all coming out today. Have a good drive home. Be safe. Take care of your friends and family. Enjoy the rest of your beautiful Sunday here in North Tonawanda. We'll see you next year.